Should I go live now?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm going live. Alright,
All
we're
right, we're
live.
good on both ends.
I
Yeah.
believe so.
Hello, everyone. I'm your host, Sola Requiem, and welcome to the semifinals of the Coliseum, where we support free speech over the censorship of ideas. Today, I have the utmost privilege of hosting this debate between Meta Prime and Liquid Zulu on the issue of the state and defense of its citizens. The proposition for this debate is going to be: a state is required to defend the rights of citizens. Meta Prime is representing the pro for this argument, while Liquid Zulu is the negative. We will be discussing the reasons and justifications for both sides of the claims and see if there's any possibility for a solution or ultimatum in this debate. A reminder to the audience that both speakers consensually agreed to participate and face each other on this topic and in this tournament. And without further ado, we'll go into introductions. Meta, would you like to introduce yourself first?
Sure. Thanks for having me here. Excited to be part of this Coliseum project here. Excited to discuss with Zulu. Obviously has a great background, has created a lot of good content, and I think we'll have a good discussion. A little bit about myself. So I initially got on Twitter as because I felt like there was not a lot of like guides or like thought leadership around how people kind of contending with reality and realizing that the mainstream narrative of reality is not actually true. They're largely getting lied to. What do you go to next? What is your new source of truth and understanding? So a lot of my content is around four pillars. I call it the journey, which is that process of awakening and strengthening yourself. I talk about naturalism, which is a new ideology that is grounded in a natural basis. I talk about meta religion, an understanding that's very similar to Huxley's perennial philosophy. And then I also talk about parallel societies. So the idea that we should take the energy that we have and build alternative systems as opposed to trying to necessarily fix the ones that we have. So I have a good amount of content up on Twitter. I have my website, metaprime001.com, and I'm also starting a podcast in the not so distant future. So that's kind of my area and the content that I've created there.
All right, thank you very much. Liquid Zulu, do you mind introducing yourself for the audience?
Sure, so I'm Liquid Zulu. I produce anarcho-capitalist and objectivist content on YouTube. I also have a website, liquidzulu.github.io, which is currently hosting my course on libertarian ethics, which you can read for free if you want, or you can pay whatever you want for the video version. And I'm also going to be putting on there shortly a Obsidian Vault, which is basically just going to be a massive wiki of my entire philosophy. So I'm building that up slowly, and the idea eventually is going to be that I'll be able to just whip up some quick syllogism where each of the premises in the syllogism itself links off to a previous syllogism, and then eventually you can link it all the way back down into like metaphysics and whatnot. That's basically what I do.
All right, that sounds really good. We're going to go over a quick structure one more time, a reminder. So it's pretty simple. In this debate tournament, I am God, so you're not going to cut me off in anything, and you're not going to cut off your opponent when it's their time to speak. Doing so would be penalized. First, a warning. Second, would you lose points? Thirdly, the structure is going to be as it's been the whole time. Opening statement. You have 5 minutes to make your case for what side you're supporting, followed by a rebuttal statement where you're critiquing what your opponent's position inside was. Then you're going to do cross-examination where you're going to put your opponent in the hot seat, ask them simple yes or no questions to get a more broad idea of their view. Following that, you'll have a rebuttal response where you're going to respond to, up to that point of the debate, all the things that are brought up and why the audience should still support your view. And we're going to wrap it up with a closing. Do we have any questions on the format structure at all?
Yep.
All good. Makes sense.
All right. And I'll have a 5-minute timer starting, and I'll just notify you guys both when you have 1 minute remaining. 5-minute timer applies for every section except for the cross examination. So, Meta, whenever you're ready, the moment you speak is the moment I start this timer.
Sounds good. Yeah, so I'm ready. So again, the topic that we're discussing today is a state is required to defend the rights of citizens. And obviously, I think that requires a little bit of breaking down before we get into the argument, right? The idea of a state is some sort of government, centralized force that is meant to represent the citizens, right? It's supposed to enact their will in their best interest. And in this idea of defending the rights. And so rights are a really interesting thing, right? You could say that no one has necessarily like rights in the sense that, if I say I have the right to life, someone can still come and kill me. It's still physically possible for them to do so. So really what a right is, at least how I would define it, is optimal strategies for society function, right? If we're not running around killing each other, if we have this kind of agreement to live and let live, especially in a society that's well functioning, then that strategy for existence is going to work better over the long term. And a lot of what I am going to focus on my argument around is that there are 2 points. The first is that at a very local level, right, we might have, especially if people are kind of smart and well-meaning, they have good culture and morality, we can function fairly well. You think of like a community area, right? They'll be able to identify problems and work to solve them. But as our civilization and groups become more complex, it becomes harder. It's more abstracted, right? There's bigger level threats that need greater organization. And I think this is the area that I'm really going to push Zulu on as we have this discussion is, as you look at things like natural disasters or war or life or like reality changing technologies like AI, how do you deal with those if you don't have some sort of centralized structure, some sort of thing that is going to help make sure that moves in a direction that is in the best interest of the people. um, the the other kind of point that I'm going to make is not just that the broad scale at which some of these issues need to be tackled, but also the fact that if you make the decision to abdicate from those areas, right? So say you're not involving yourself in the discussion around AI, that people will come into that space who are going to use those technologies in a bad way, right? So we might think of the idea of China developing AI and not having regulation around it and being able to do all these crazy things, or genetic editing as well. And simply because we refuse to involve ourselves in that competition does not mean that we will remain unaffected. And so this is another big point for me is even if you decide to abdicate yourself from these broader discussions, or like you say, hey, I want to create a society where we don't have some sort of state to represent my rights, other societies, other groups are going to create those things. Those things are going to be much stronger. They're going to be able to engage in large scale efforts like technological innovation and war. And your localized strategy is not going to be sufficient to compete. And regardless of how good each individual person is in their quality and morality and all of these kinds of things, you're just going to be outcompeted. Some of the other things that I will touch on is that we have to understand the reality of the situation that we live in, so that there is a difference between like great men, leaders, and then people who are more kind of herd-like, that they need to adopt morality. And I think largely this drive to not have a state, it leaves a lot of these herd people out to kind of fend for themselves and find their own ideologies. And again, by abdicating from shepherding the herd in a healthy direction, you're kind of leaving them to be at the mercy of these people who have maybe malicious intentions. So a lot of my questions will be around, how do we address these larger scale issues, and then how would not being involved in kind of these bigger shifting areas like AI or war, how would you feel like you can be viable at the long term? In my mind, that is the requirement of the state. Obviously, you can make arguments that there are many unhealthy incarnations of the state, and it is a healthy incarnation of the state that can actually defend the rights of the citizens in alignment with their own interests possible. But I believe that even if it is not possible, it is still, or even if it is only remotely possible or a small possibility, it is much better to attempt to do so as opposed to abdicating from that. And so that is my opening statement.
All right, thank you very much. Right on time. Liquid Zulu, whenever you're ready, I'll start your timer.
Sure, so the debate today is on the proposition a state is required to defend the rights of citizens. Of note is that this is not the same as the proposition a state is better at defending rights, or more rights are defended with a state. It is that the state is required to defend people's rights. So quite simply, we can have the syllogism. Proposition 1, it is possible for an individual to defend their rights. Proposition 2, an individual defending their own rights is not a state defending those rights. Conclusion, a state is not required to defend the rights of citizens. So this is the basic case, and it's already enough to prove my side of the contention. But then I can go even further by doubling down with the proposition that a state is, in fact, will tend to be worse at rights enforcement than a free market. So first, given the economic calculation problem, we have it that any socialism, that is, any system without private control of factors of production, will cause a tendency towards a lower efficiency than otherwise, which can be proven as follows. 1, without private direction of the factors of production, they cannot be traded. 2, if the factors cannot be traded, there can be no factor prices. 3, if there are no factor prices, economic calculation is impossible. So conclusion from that is, without private direction of the factors, economic calculation is impossible. Then 5, without economic calculation, it is impossible to economize resources. And then the big conclusion at the end, 6, no private direction of the factors implies a tendency towards a lower efficiency than otherwise. So the ECP tells us that sans private direction of the factors of production, it is impossible to economize resources, meaning such a system will be less efficient than otherwise. So we can make the following argument. 1, no private direction of the factors implies a tendency towards a lower efficiency than otherwise. 2, a state monopoly on rights enforcement abolishes private direction of the factors in the rights enforcement industry. This is just from what it means to have a monopoly on rights. And then conclusion, a state monopoly on rights enforcement will tend to be less efficient than a free market in rights enforcement. So not only is a state not required for defending people's rights, it is also worse at doing so than a free market. And that is the end of my statement.
Okay. Thank you for that. Whenever you're ready, Meta, we're going to the rebuttal period where you respond to your opponent's view. You can ask them to reframe or repeat things if you want to, but that's still going to be on your time. So whenever you're ready, I'll set the timer for you and you could go.
Sounds good. Give me a second. I'm just wrapping up my notes from that, and then I will like 30 seconds.
All good.
All right. So Zulu, to rebut some of your points, and I think you drove through a lot of those points very quickly. So hopefully I captured the main spirit of your argument, but feel free if I'm mischaracterizing anything to let me know. But you started out with this idea, you're focusing on the idea of the requirement that states are required as a necessity, not necessarily better. And I think that's a fair point to make. That we are saying whether or not it's required. And I guess one of the points that I would bring to this is, well, it depends on what level you are saying that that you have to have some sort of state to protect the rights of citizens. Because I began my opening statement by saying that at a very small community level, I think it makes a lot of sense to not you can kind of count the efficiency of the community and identifying problems and assigning resources to solve them is very effective. But when you get to these larger scale issues, right, you have some sort of natural disaster that destroys a part of an area. That area isn't going to be able to help itself, right? It's going through a disaster, and so it will need other parts of the surrounding country or different states or different elements of the state to come and help. And so it's really that kind of higher level of protection of citizens' rights and stuff like that that is required, right? Or if you're getting attacked, right? It's like at a local level, sure, you can like raise a little bit of a militia and you can resist, but on a grander scale, right? If you're being attacked by a larger force, you're going to need a larger mobilization. So I think to kind of add a caveat to your point about requirements and or what is better, I think from the point that I would focus on arguing is that if we are talking about states being required to protect citizens' rights, it's absolutely necessary at the larger scale. And I think if we want to kind of make sure that we're on the same page with that, I think that's one point that I wanted to bring up. The other idea is that states are worse at defending the rights of citizens than they are themselves. And I think that we can talk to this idea of I think it really depends on if we're talking about a healthy incarnation of the state or a unhealthy incarnation of the state. Because in my mind, I am very much a minimalist in the sense that I think that the areas of that the state should be governing are should be limited, right? I think we both agree the value of the free market economy. I don't know if you're familiar with The Machinery of Freedom by David Friedman, but he talks about using the free market as a way to optimize things. So for example, trade is a really good example. Like if you look at a lot of communist situations, if they're trying to allocate resources or set prices, they do so very inefficiently. But if you leave it to the free market, it usually does a very good job of doing that, right? And so there's some areas that states should not be involved, right? We look at our current American government, and they've used that idea of crossing state lines as being part of like the federal mandate, and so they regulate that, and that's become very poorly incentivized to do all these things. To me, that is an unhealthy incarnation of the state. But it is something that if it's done in a healthy way, it's minimized. And so, again, if we're talking about the requirements at the highest level, that focus on technology, war, and natural disasters are the three biggest areas for me, because I do not think there's any possibility for an individual to effectively defend themselves in those areas. And if we do not create a state, then we have no ability to play that game. And so on an individual short-term and local level, we could argue that the state is very ineffective and not necessary. But on a very high level and with these larger issues, it is absolutely necessary, or there's no long-term viability. You are at the mercy of those who have decided to play that game, and you have to hope in their benevolence if you do not have a way of doing it. So I would say that I agree with some of your points around using the free market and allowing the economy to optimize itself, but I would encourage us to focus on the broader game, the higher level game of these other issues, because again, it doesn't negate the statement that states are necessary by saying that there's certain areas where states can be better. I simply need to make the case that your society is not viable without a state at these very larger levels. It will just cease to exist, and then I've proved my point of it being necessary for citizens to have their rights defended.
All right, thank you very much. Liquid Zulu, whenever you're ready for your rebuttal period, just go ahead and say the word and I'll start your timer.
Sure. So we had a point there. Sorry. So yeah, we had a point there that on my point of the economic calculation problem, it depends on if the state is in a healthy incarnation or an unhealthy incarnation. But this is false. The argument I gave, it didn't include in any of the premises that the state has to be in an unhealthy incarnation. All it requires is that you have this monopolized socialistic direction of the of the factors of production. Sorry. So wherever you have this monopolistic direction, which you have in a state enforcing rights, they didn't purchase the factors of production; they took them, right? Then you're not going to have private property in those specific factors. So the state can't perform profit loss calculations, which means they can't economize those resources, which means they don't know where they're being efficient or inefficient. So the ECP still applies to them, and as they grow in size, the ECP keeps swallowing them up and causing bigger problems. So then you made the point that, well, indeed, the state isn't in fact required at a small community level, which I would say is definitely concedes the point to me, because it's not whether this proposition isn't over whether a state is required to defend the rights of citizens at a given level, right? It's whether or not a state is required to defend the rights of citizens at all. So if there is a single counterexample where a state is not required to defend the rights of citizens, then it's not necessary to have a state for you to have defense of rights, right? There can be some situations where there's defense of rights without a state, which means the state is not in fact required to defend the rights of citizens. And on the point that it's as you grow in size, as you scale up the society and face more complex problems, that's when the state is required. That's in fact when the state is going to be least effective, given the ACP, right? Because as you scale up and you have more complex problems, you are in ever more dire need of having efficient planning. You are in ever more dire need of being able to know where your inefficiencies are, because you're dealing with more and more factors of production, right? More and more capital is being used here. So being inefficient on, 1% inefficiency on all of 10 trillion widgets is a lot more waste than 1% inefficiency on producing 100 widgets, right? So as you have this massive complex problems to deal with, that's exactly when you want to have the free market to deal with it, right? It's for the simple problems. That's when you don't rely on profit loss calculations as much, and yeah, I would just leave it at that.
Okay, thank you very much. Now for our next period, we're doing cross-examinations. This is simply where Meta is not going to ask Liquid Zulu a series of questions. It's going to be open time. I'll call it once it starts to get repetitive, redundant, but I'll make sure to give equal time to the opponent. Reminder, this is just you asking them like yes or no questions and trying to get them to elaborate more on their views. So whenever you're ready, Meta, you're free to take the floor.
Sure. So, so Zulu, there were kind of 3 points that you had in your rebuttal. You talked about that it doesn't require. You talked about healthy versus unhealthy incarnations of the state, and you said um, it doesn't require that the state be in the unhealthy incarnation to be suboptimal. Even a healthy state can be suboptimal. You also talked about this when it comes to these large scale systems being inefficient in doing what they would like them to do, right? And the question that I would ask you is, we're not necessarily arguing about whether the state is efficient or not at defending the right of citizens, especially at the large scale. We're talking about if it's necessary. And so, you're kind of making this case that it's not necessary, right? Even at these large scales because of this inefficiency. But to me, the inefficiency doesn't really matter. It's whether it's the large scale systems are needed or not. And so again, I meant in my opening statement, I asked about the 3 areas of disaster, war, and technological innovation. And so I would simply ask you to address, how do you think a stateless citizenry would effectively respond in the case of a large scale war threat, a large scale natural disaster, or something that is paradigm shifting like artificial intelligence?
So I would say that the market is going to respond to this in a far superior way to state. We have this case of large-scale war or natural disasters, things like this. These are going to be insurable threats, and the insurance industry can control a massive amount of wealth, right? And they can very efficiently respond to these problems, more efficiently than the state ever could, right? It's not the case that a free market could never get up enough funds to deal with flooding or fires or things like that, which are natural disasters. The free market did just fine with these things. Then the state comes along and monopolizes it, and they're horrible at it. Hurricane Katrina, I think that was the one in Florida, where they just the barriers they had set up just got completely overturned by all the water, and many people died. Right? The state is horrible at dealing with these threats because they don't have any skin in the game. Right? They don't know when they're inefficiently allocating. They don't know whether or not they could more efficiently deal with flooding with, various flood protections along the river, or making a dam at a different point in the river, or
Sure. So let me butt
locating
in
houses
because I know
differently.
we don't have a lot of time. So, but I get the point that you're making here. Is right. It's like, okay, but their responses are ineffective. But I would say that that's one of those reactions. That's like the when they were looking at the airplanes in World War II, and they were looking at where the bullet holes were, and they were saying, oh, these are where the bullet holes are, and the planes that are coming back, we need to armor those areas. But it was actually the opposite, right? It's like you only see the failures in the system when the system fails, right? Whereas there's a lot of areas that the system might actually be working effectively, and those aren't easy to point out because they've solved that problem exactly. The thing that I would like to focus on, right, is you bring up natural disasters, and you talked about Katrina. Let's talk about Haiti, right? Because in my mind, Haiti did not have a strong centralized state, and basically what happened there is the larger, more powerful states came in, and they used that as a wealth grab opportunity to rebuild infrastructure, to sell deals, to do all of these things, right? Um, I think that had Haiti had a better state, they might have been able to resist that, right, and protect the rights of the citizens. Because I agree that, like, that in my mind is a manifestation of the free market, of taking advantage of the resources and the opportunity. but I would also say that's a very clear example of the way that that group was taken advantage of, right? Those rights, the citizens on the ground who experienced that natural disaster kind of got taken for a ride. And so, because they didn't have a state to defend their freedoms, larger states were able to come in and, basically take advantage of that situation. And so, how would a stateless citizenry be able to defend themselves in a similar situation where they have some sort of natural disaster and a larger, more powerful group can come in and strong arm them? How do they defend against that?
Well, I mean, just on the first point, I'm pretty sure Haiti had like some sort of communist government or something, like a leftist government at least. But in the case of these external governments coming into Ancapistan or whatever and trying to invade, well, we could have insurance for protection against such warfare like that. It's an insurable threat. So you could have this problem of like, oh, well, we've got this Ancapistan here, and then the U.S. government or whatever wants to invade there. I mean, first of all, the U.S. government wasn't able to invade, a bunch of goat farmers in Afghanistan or a bunch of rice farmers in Vietnam, right? They weren't able to invade these people, right? With the biggest government on earth wasn't able to invade them, right? So if we have an Ancapistan where we have actual efficient planning, the second you invade, you're very quickly going to piss off every single major insurance firm. And these major insurance firms are going to be very, very efficient. They're not going to be wasting trillions and trillions of dollars on designing some new jet, which isn't actually effective in fighting the enemies that they have. They're going to be very, very efficient with how they spend their money. They're going to be the most efficient soldiers you've ever seen on planet Earth, the most efficient militaries ever, right? So it's going to be trivial to defend. Like, it's just a general rule of economics that the free market is more efficient than state central planning. And so it's ludicrous to expect that state central planning is going to cause any sort of big threat to an Ancapistan.
So you're making this point that in large scale systems with a leadership group, that they become inefficient. And I would concede that I've seen this in systems before, but I've also seen it in business systems, right? I've seen large scale business systems that will kind of take things over. For example, you have Google, who one of the ways that they monopolize their space and limit competition is that if they see a rival company rising in the market, they will use the law against them, they will buy them out, they will throw money at them, they will do all of these kinds of things. And so if you have this, again, like regardless of whether it's a state or some sort of organization rises, it doesn't matter how inefficient or efficient it is. It's a matter of like, how do you push back, right? And so again, my question is, in like a situation, say like Google, if you have some big, large economic conglomerate that just has this, even if it's inefficient, how would a citizenry push back against that? When they like, what tools do they have to overcome just this vast wealth that might, where it might not matter whether they're optimally efficient or not, they're just going to be outcompeted by resources.
Well, I mean, outcompeted, that's a market term there. So, could such a giant rising organization outcompete other people? The answer is no. Natural monopolies are a myth. As you pointed out there, that as large scale systems become inefficient, that applies also to these businesses. I completely agree. It's impossible to form a natural monopoly. You have to have some form of aggression to form that monopoly. So, if we have this Ancapistan, and one company keeps rising and swallowing up more and more of some given industry, they're going to become less and less efficient. And then some newcomer can very easily come in and, buy up a new factory with all the best new equipment and just completely roll all over them, right? So you should not expect these things to form into monopolies. You don't have to have this, organized defense against these things. The defense is going to be spontaneously ordered. It's like you just, the market can fight against it. If they start committing crimes, then they're going to piss off the insurance agencies.
Well, and then in this case, you keep referencing insurance agencies, and I think that's similar to the machinery of freedom idea, right? Where you have these that kind of like insure things, or kind of they are the ones that capture like the wide scale risk, right? And they're doing so in an economic term as opposed to like a state term. But I guess the thing that I would push back against there is is this idea that there's no scale that isn't able to be overcome, no monopoly that could be overcome, because there is going to be this inherent efficiency in large scale systems. But again, my pushback is that there is a point where something is so large and has so much control that it doesn't matter if it's become 50% efficient with those resources or even 5% efficient with those resources. The vast advantage that it has, right? And so I guess my question to you is, do you think that I'm wrong in saying that there is something beyond resources and efficiency that would allow someone else to kind of be successful in overturning such a system? Because in my mind, we have to be practical and about kind of the material game that is being played, and there isn't these things that kind of go outside of this when it comes to resources efficiency.
So you painted here a picture of some firm which is growing very, very, very large, and at a certain point, undefined point to be clear, it's so big that it doesn't matter how inefficient it is. Well, I mean, the easy counterexample would be if it's 100% inefficient, like it could just not enact any sort of change that it wants to enact. It would fail at every single activity that it tried to do. So clearly it does matter how inefficient it is. Right? Inefficiency still affects, even if it had all the gold in the universe, the equivalent of that in its wealth, right? If it was 100% inefficient, it would just be completely incapable, by definition, of doing anything it wanted to do. It would just waste every single piece of resource that it tried to spend on anything. It could only ever waste. It could never ever profit.
Yeah. I mean,
All
I'm
right,
curious.
really quick, you got enough time for one more question if you want to throw one in there.
Yeah, sure. The last question that I think I have kind of comes back to this idea of defending the rights of the citizen, because we're talking about like efficiency and effectiveness of government and control and these different structures. But going back to this idea of the rights of the citizens, right, where we talk about like Haiti, right, and the people there who there's like their right to determine how like their area, their lands, right, they were kind of violated because they had these larger groups come in, and you're talking about these systems and the free market and stuff like that. Who's to ensure that the things that are in the best interest of these larger, even just free market driven structures is going to also be in alignment with the citizens? Because I think that is a kind of a rude assumption that you're making on a lot of these things, but is not necessarily the case.
So who's going to ensure that? Well, Adam Smith's invisible hand, right? In precise terms, we can say that how do such businesses form and make money? Well, they make money by satisfying people. They don't make money by the political means. They make money by the economic means, right? So if they're having purely free market interests, the only way that they could possibly get that big is by making everyone else wealthy with them, right? So we could have the easy example of a hot dog vendor selling a hot dog for $5 to me, right? We both profit in that exchange. I profit because I get the hot dog, which I wanted more than $5, and the hot dog vendor gets the $5, which he wanted more than the hot dog. Both people benefit there. It's not a zero-sum game, which seems to be the implication here, that the interests of one group is necessarily at the detriment to the interests of another. This is completely false.
Okay. So that was 12 minutes, 45 seconds. We're going to rotate over now. Liquid Zulu, you're going to be in a driver's seat. You're asking him questions. Whenever you're ready, I'll start your timer.
Sure. So, I suppose my first question would be with respect to a sort of contradiction of terms here. So we have it that you were saying that a state is required to defend the rights of citizens, but the state itself is a violator of citizens' rights. So if we have it that what exactly is this rights infringing rights enforcement agency? The state are the criminals that you need the protection from. So if the state are the criminals that you need protection from, how exactly are they going to be required for defending people's rights if they are the ones who are violating them?
Yeah, fair question. So again, I think this goes back to the idea of healthy and unhealthy incarnation state, right? So definitely, I would say that there are unhealthy incarnations of state where the state is violating the rights of citizens, right? And under the guise of like that. I think similarly in the economy, right? We've been kind of going back and forth on this idea of, that an economy is just always going to be plus plus in trades and stuff like that. But I think there are situations that you can create where someone's being exploited. Say take healthcare for example, right? Where it's like, oh, we know that you're going to pay any amount of money to kind of prolong your life or solve this sickness, and so we can take advantage of that through the system and patents and other things like that. So there's healthy and unhealthy incarnations of each of these things. I think my point is that there is kind of a area outside of this kind of purely materialistic trade oriented sense of existence that needs to be in consideration. And so the healthiest incarnations of states have been those that are kind of deriving the rights and the governance and the laws from God, right? From this kind of higher spiritual entity, this ideal, this truth. And I think that it's very hard to incorporate that healthy spiritual foundation in a economic sense. And so I would say that if we are truly trying to protect the rights of the citizens as defined as these kind of optimal ways to kind of live in accordance with their nature, then if we are simply incentivizing them in a material sense, we are going to miss a very core aspect to that spiritual aspect of life and experience. And so I would say that that is kind of one of the values of a healthy incarnation of the state. It's spiritually grounded and it's spiritually considerate in a way that the economic system cannot be.
So we have it there that the healthy incarnation of the state is spiritual. It derives its right to rule from God and whatnot. But do such healthy states not violate anybody's rights? And if they don't violate anybody's rights, what makes them different from some sort of free market firm, which I'm advocating for?
Yeah, so I think like the big thing in my mind when it comes to this question is like not that when we talk about like requiring the state to protect the rights of the citizen, right? And in my mind, if we are putting rights as we are establishing rights as these optimal ways of living a fulfilling life, a meaningful life, and we are talking about the state or that structure needing to be there in order to guarantee those things, right? I think it is one of the rights that I think we probably agree on is this right to life, right? And my idea with this is obviously it's a very messy conversation in the sense that there isn't a perfect incarnation. There isn't a state that's going to be perfect in protecting the rights of every citizen. It's always an aspiration towards a higher ideal, right? So this is a key aspect of this. It's an aspiration toward this higher ideal. And in the free market economy, that ideal is just wealth, success, pleasure, these kind of very utilitarian things. But if we have a group that is oriented in this kind of more spiritual sense towards truth, meaning, value, right? That's always a very interesting discussion that gets had, it's across many movies. Like, at what levels are you willing to sacrifice one person for another, right? These bring in those philosophical things. And so if we're talking about the true meaning of a right, which again, I think has a spiritual grounding, we need to have systems that in order for those to be protected in a way that is true, right? Is true in that sense. We need to have systems that are taking into account that spiritual nature of the right, and I just don't think the free market economy does that.
I mean, it's all well and good to take into account spiritual nature of rights and whatnot, but to be specific, the question is, do healthy states violate anybody's rights? Like, can I just get a yes or no on whether or not they violate anybody's rights?
So, in a simple word, I would say that it's always trade-offs. So you could argue that uh, a healthy state would violate some rights when in order to protect the rights of other people, right? But I do think that again, it's about optimizing. It's about aspiring towards that best decision. You're always going to make mistakes, and it's always going to be perfect if we're talking in a very practical sense. And so, my point is if you don't have that at the higher levels, right, at these larger scales of natural disaster, of technology, and of war, then you just can't do that with the free market economy. You're not going to be able to account for that spiritual side of things, and the free market economy will violate them. Just probably even more so, especially in a spiritual sense, than a well-run state.
So if we have this healthy state does indeed violate people's rights, that means that they are the criminals that you would need protection from. So how on earth could they possibly be necessary to protect you from criminals if they necessitate that you're being predated upon by criminals?
Well, so I would say that like a tool, like anything, could be used for good and for evil, right? So if I have like an infection or something like that, or break a bone, like I might have to cut my skin to get at the broken bone to fix it, right? And so it's just to say that the only acceptable incarnation of the state is one that does um, not violate anyone's rights at all. I think it's just an impractical bar to set. I think you need to understand that it is always going to be trade-offs, and the question becomes like how like what tool are you going to trust to ensure that to the best of its ability, right? And in my mind, when it comes to, say, for example, like AI, right, if you don't have any state that's trying to be part of that conversation and discuss where that's going, but engage in that in a way that's going to be kind of healthy for the citizens, then you are simply going to be those rights are eventually going to be violated by the people who then want to use and exploit the other countries that don't care about the rights of those citizens because they have the priority of their own citizens. And so I think like this is the problem, is if there are people who are not considered valuable in the eyes of the economy or the eyes of a certain economy, then they will be exploited and their rights violated. Whereas if you at least do your best to have a healthy state, cares about your rights, then you have a much more likely chance of ensuring those rights. It's not going to be perfect, but it's better than the alternative.
All right, I'm going to swing this back round to the syllogism I had at the beginning now. So my simple question will be, which premise here do you disagree with? So premise 1, it is possible for an individual to defend their own rights. Premise 2, an individual defending their own rights is not a state defending those rights. Conclusion, a state is not required to defend the rights of citizens. Would you disagree with either of those premises?
Yeah, so as I've kind of said a few times, it's really, for my mind, the scale at which an individual can protect their own rights. And I would argue that, you had made the point in your rebuttal that, if I'm admitting that at a local level a person can defend their own rights and does not require them the state, then I am by necessity kind of conceding the point. But I would argue that you can't not play the game at the global large scale level. It's just, it's inherent. It's a kind of an assumption, or at least I believe the correct assumption to make is that we have to play the game at the higher level. And so, the question is just generally, is a state required to protect the rights of citizens? And you can say, well, they could do it by themselves at a local level, but they can't. There's a debate to be had about whether they can do it on a global level. We necessarily have to talk about that, right? Like, I think it's the opposite. It's not the exception proves the thing, but it needs to work all the way through, right? Like, if an individual can't protect their rights at a large scale level by themselves without the state, then it does require that they have the state. So I would argue that an individual cannot protect their own rights at those large scale levels.
And so to be clear, like we could rephrase a state is necessary to defend rights of citizens as a state is a necessary condition for there being rights enforcement of citizens, right? So if there's a single example where the state is not, in fact, where the state is not present and there is rights enforcement, this is enough to prove that a state is not a necessary condition. Because if it is a necessary condition, it must be there for every single example. So it's all well and good to talk about scale, like talking about these larger scale systems, but it's not about a larger scale system. It's about any system whatsoever. It's about defending rights of citizens as such. So given that, how does the scale problem apply to either of the two premises that I gave?
Well, I think you could very well argue that even at a local level, there has to be trade-offs between the rights of citizens, right? So, for example, if let's talk the smallest system that we can think of. We can just talk about a family, right? And obviously I'm incentivized as, if I'm the patriarch of my family to govern in a just and equitable way where people's rights are kind of protected. But say I'm petty, right? Say that someone insults me in a way that they don't understand, or say that I don't think someone's going to is someone I dislike for whatever reason, right? I can violate their rights. And so even at a very small local level, there's perfect examples of ways in which rights can be violated. And that it's good to have some sort of larger governing system, so say like the legal system, or sort of law enforcement group, to kind of govern that. And so I would say that it's not even necessary that we expand it on the larger scale to show the inefficiencies, but that at the larger scale it's very easy to see the inherent inefficiencies of not trying to create some sort of centralized system for governance.
So specifically, even if we have it at this local level, that there's some trade-off between rights, all I have to demonstrate here is that it's possible for an individual to defend their own rights. That's premise one. And an individual defending their own rights is not a state defending those rights. It's premise two. So all this talk about local versus global and large scale and all that, specifically, which of those two premises does this attack? Or do you think that the logical structure of the syllogism is itself invalid? Like, one of those two things has to happen.
Yeah, it would be the first, right? Which is again this idea that it's possible for an individual to defend their own rights. There's many forums of battle that an individual might have to engage in which they are deficient and therefore cannot defend those rights themselves. And so I would say that, and this is only accentuated as you go to higher and higher scales. But I think even at a local level, again, that's the family example, right? If they don't have clout, reputation, strength, or any of these things, or economic strength themselves, then they can't really battle against injustice or a violation of their rights. But if they have a larger system to appeal to, right, then they might, and their cause is just spiritual sense, then they can, and again this governing body is healthy, in a healthy incarnation, then they can be defended. But I think again the main problem is we're expecting too much at a local level, and we're not kind of considering the like material and practical imbalances that are inherent in different people.
All right, we go ahead and have enough time for one more question, Liquid Zulu, and then we're gonna bring over to the rebuttal response.
Sure. So we got down there that it's the premise one which is false, because there are many forms of battle where an individual is not sufficient, right? But it doesn't matter whether there are many battles. It could even be that almost every single battle an individual is not sufficient at defending rights. Like the question is, are there no forms of battle where an individual is sufficient? Not a single situation where an individual can defend their own rights. That is what the premise has it, that it's possible for a citizen to defend their own rights. So, an easy counterexample here would be a man shooting at a person who's running at him with a sword and he wants to try and stab him through the gut, right? This individual who shoots at him and kills the swordman, he has clearly defended his own rights, no? Right? So, do you think that there are literally no situations where an individual can defend their own rights?
Well, I think that that's not really what we're arguing. Can someone defend their own rights in a just way? Like, sure. I mean, if someone gets a gun and feels like there's a certain way that their rights are being violated, and then they kill the person violating those rights, then sure, that's an example of someone, doing that themselves, right? But the question we're asking is not, are there certain individuals on the planet who can defend their own rights in certain situations? I think anyone could say that is the case, right? The question that we're really getting at is a state required to defend the rights of the citizens in a broad sense. And my point is, you can't just consider the citizens who are able to defend themselves on a level. You also have to consider the citizens who are not, right? So if you think of, say like someone who's physically weaker but maybe intellectually smart, they still have some value. Or even if they don't have like economic value, maybe they have spiritual value, a good, positive person, right? They might not be able to defend their rights. And we can't claim that we don't need a state because some people can defend their rights and we don't really care about the other people who can't. We're looking at, is a state required to defend the rights of the citizens? And I see that as kind of a universal thing. Do we need a state to ensure there is a general enforcement of the rights of citizens? And that's so I would, obviously we're having that broader discussion, but the point that I'm making here is that I do not think that pointing out that there are individuals who can defend their own rights requires that I accept that a state is not required to defend the rights of citizens broadly, because what we are getting at is the broader structures and how they are effective in defending rights or not.
All right. We're going to move over into the rebuttal response now. It's going to be meta whenever you're ready. 5 minutes for that. I'll start your timer. And a reminder, you're just rebutting like what's basically been set up to this point in the debate of your opponent.
Awesome. Yeah. So I think this has been a really interesting conversation, and we've really dived into some interesting points. And I think Zulu's main kind of angle of argument here has been that, first off, trying to show, kind of around this premise and really kind of focusing on this idea of state required to protect citizens' rights, and saying, well, like, in order for me to win this debate, I can kind of show these like specific counterexamples, and then that negates that whole premise. In my mind, the spirit of what we're getting at, and that's why I tried to define the terms at the beginning, is not a question of can an individual defend their own rights, because I think that is something that should be kind of obvious on its face, right? If you have someone who is strong and they're in a situation where they're fighting against someone else physically, like, they will of course be able to defend their rights in that situation. But what we care about is not like the strong individuals. We care about the broadly society, right? We care about this kind of, again, rights in my mind are what allows society to function optimally, right? And so we talk about the right to life. And so just because one person can defend their own life does not mean that everyone can defend their own life. And there might be certain situations in where we want to guarantee even the weak people who cannot defend themselves that right to life, so that they can contribute to society in a healthy way. And so this is why, I think that this spiritual aspect, this transcendent aspect, this ideal that we should strive toward, is a necessary inclusion in the whole conversation. Because my concern is, especially on the economics side of things, that a lot of these things aren't taken into consideration. Do we care kind of about the weak people who are not economically profitable? They don't make money. Should we care to bring those people into society? And you might say, okay, well, if someone's like deformed, or they're not smart or something like that, why should we care about them? They're not economically viable. We don't have to care about defending their rights. But I would also argue that the immediate state of any one person and their economic viability changes over time. So when you're a child, right, you aren't really an economically viable contributing member. And when you get very old, right, like maybe you live off the money that you've raised, but also you sometimes live off the state, right? You're living off the kindness of others. But especially if like your family dies or something extraneous happens, you must die. And so that's kind of like a heartless but very like utilitarian approach to how you organize society and how things are run. But it's not going to optimally structure the society. We need some sort of cohesion. We need some sort of consideration of even kind of the weaker aspects of humanity. I think it's what transcends us from like a purely animalistic material sense, is this kind of greater consideration for kind of the weak, and you yourself will be weak at points in your life that you have to be considerate of. So that's kind of my main contention with that point, right? Is we're not so much arguing about the individual, and like, do they have an ability to defend themselves, and therefore we've satisfied the statement, or the negate of the statement. But it's more, we're arguing is the state required at a societal level for the society to function, and for the individual's rights to be guaranteed, in the sense that we want people to function optimally. right? And in my mind, there's the push and pull of the invisible hand, and I think that is largely incorporated in good state structures, right? The state itself, but also allowing the invisible hand to work in a lot of areas that isn't necessary for protection of state rights, but you need something that is going to protect the rights of the individual, and we have kind of called that the state. And so that's where I would focus. And again, the main areas that which citizens need right is most visible at that larger scale when we talk about war, we talk about natural disaster, or we talk about technology.
All right, thank you very much. Liquid Zulu, whenever you're ready, I'll start your timer for 5 minutes.
Sure. So I would say the debate is basically completely won by me at this point, because we have in Meta's words that it's obvious on its face, that's a direct quote, that an individual can indeed defend their rights. So that destroys any sort of counter to premise one, that it's possible for an individual to defend their own rights. And then premise two, an individual defending their own rights is not a state defending those rights, which was uncontested. Then the conclusion follows that a state is not required to defend the rights of citizens, which is the negation of the point of contention that we're going for here. So I would say on that point, I've definitely just, it's already proven for me, right? But then we get into this whole notion of what the spirit of the debate is. And in that spirit of the debate, talking about these large-scale systems, is the state going to be better at defending those rights? The ECP still gets that ground for me, right? Because the ECP tells us, just economic theory, general economic theory, objectively tells us that if you're going to have these large systems, where they're socialist systems, they're going to be necessarily, per se, less efficient than their free market counterpart, right? Because, and I can just explain this, basically, if you're going to have no private property in the factors of production, no private control of the factors, this means that you can't trade those factors, right? So the police officer's gun, the military's warships, they're not being traded, right? They play market sometimes, but they aren't actually being traded. There's no private property in those. There's no private exchange. It's outlawed by the state, right? So because you can't trade them, that means you can't have prices on them. You can't have proper, real money prices on those things. But this means that you can't perform any sort of profit loss calculation. You can't compare the cost of your inputs as against the profits you're getting from the outputs, right? So you don't know if you're being inefficient. You don't know if it's good or bad to build your cars out of titanium as against aluminium. You couldn't ever figure this out if you're a state central planner, right? You've just got to listen to, you have no inputs. You just have to guess, essentially. You're groping in the dark, in the words of Mises. And this is true for every industry. It's just a general economic rule. It's a general principle of economics that you cannot be efficient if you do not have private direction of the factors. It's not possible. You can't economize. So at these large scales, that is exactly where the state's going to be least effective. That's exactly where it's going to be so much more obvious that the state is bad for this thing. That's bad at doing everything that it does. It's at the smaller scales, in fact, that it's less obvious that socialism doesn't work. It's as you grow, that's when it becomes even more obvious. So socialism in all its forms faces this problem, including socialism in the defense industry. And that would be me, just to be clear.
Okay, sounds good. Now we're going to wrap it up with closing arguments from both people. And whenever you're ready, your last 5 minutes, send it home for us, and then it's going to be followed by Zulu.
Sounds good. So Zulu made this point at the beginning of his rebuttal that that I have admitted by saying that an individual can defend their rights, that his first premise is correct, and therefore the rest follows. But I would argue, again, that if we can always pick a situation where someone is stronger than another thing and therefore can defend their right. This does not prove the idea that a state is not required to defend the rights of the citizen. If we are saying the citizens, because the citizens includes people who are strong but who are also weak, we might have a citizen who is defending themselves not against a single enemy but a larger scale enemy, or in the other cases that I've explained, nature or against technology. So there are plenty of things beyond the scope of the individuals to successfully defend themselves against, and so they need something beyond themselves. It's not that, you know, if I can get water, and I can feed myself, you know, in one situation, right? It's not to say that I don't need, you know, that ability to get water or food in other situations, right? Or that means that I can do so in every other situation. I think it's a false extrapolation to say that an individual being able to defend their rights in one scenario negates the idea that an individual requires the state to defend their rights, at kind of the larger level that we are talking about these things. We're not talking about individual cases because we can always provide these kind of specific cases, but we are considering the larger scale implication. Is the state necessary at a large scale to protect the rights of the citizen? If we don't have that state, and we're the argument, the thing that would actually counter that argument is to say, if we don't have a state, can we still protect the rights of the citizen? That's really what we want to say, right? And I feel like that is the argument that, you know, Zulu should be making around this, right? It should be saying, oh well, there's these kinds of ways of doing that. But again, my point is that he's basically saying the free market will figure this out, and these larger conglomerates will do so, and they'll do so efficiently. And he's talked a lot about the importance of efficiency. But again, it doesn't matter if you get something done inefficiently, and you will always get something done at some degree less efficient than it could have been done, right? It's about whether it gets done or not. And also, it's never going to be done perfectly. And so are we aspiring to it? Is it going to do so in the best regard? And, you know, in my mind, that's where this point of the state being necessary to protect the state's for citizens' rights comes in. Because if we do just have all of these economic forces, maybe they'll do certain things very efficiently, but they are completely blind to a very necessary part of rights, which is this spiritual aspect, this idea of seeing people beyond what they are economically considered from a utilitarian sense, and to see them as spiritual beings, as other human beings that deserve this kind of God-given dignity and right, and trying to optimize that into the way that we build our society. And so the foundational argument that I am really putting forward here is that if you try to solve the citizens' rights issue through economy alone, there are many dimensions that economic system is blind to in that free market economy, and therefore it does not satisfy this protection of a citizen's rights. And that is, in my mind, why the state is necessary to protect the rights. Is a healthy incarnation of the state will consider these external factors, and again, these ideas like of efficiency and free market and stuff like that are not part of this conversation. They do not require they do not negate the state's importance and necessity in protecting citizens' rights.
All right, thank you very much. Liquid Zulu, whenever you're ready.
Sure. So I'll just, I suppose, re-emphasize this point that the debate is not about whether or not an individual rights can be defended on this large, complex scale. That was not baked into the point of contention. The point of contention is a state is required to defend the rights of citizens. So Meta there said that we can always pick a situation where a person is stronger and can then defend their rights in some situation. And I would completely agree. What we would call that is a counterexample to the premise of the debate, right? And then he says that an individual can defend their rights. This isn't a direct quote, by the way. That an individual can defend their rights in some scenario does not negate that a state is required at a large scale. Indeed, it does not negate that. But the point of contention does not say anything about at a large scale. It's about whether or not a state is required at all. So what is being asked here is whether or not a state is a necessary condition for rights to be defended. Not whether it's a necessary condition at a large scale for rights to be defended. It's whether it's a necessary condition at all for rights to be defended. So if there's a single situation where rights can be defended without a state, then a state is not a necessary condition. An example of a necessary condition would be that, humans exist, right? There's no violations of rights where humans don't exist. There's no protection of rights where humans don't exist. Putting aside any sort of alien life or anything like that. So that would be a necessary condition, right? It's not just a necessary condition at a large scale, but a necessary condition just in general, right? So that is the fundamental part of the disagreement. And then we have this notion of, like, at large scales, how do we organize society? We got to optimally organize society. Well, that's exactly what the market is brilliant at. It's brilliant at these large scale organizations, right? Because you don't have to have it that one person keeps in mind all of the different data regarding society. We can have all this little localized information. We're just going to concern yourself with what's going on in your life. You don't have to concern yourself with the entire workings of an economy, which you could never work out on your own. It's like legitimately just impossible. If you were to have these various economic problems and you were to try and organize them all as an individual central planner, what you're going to have to do is apply statistics to it. But what does statistics do? Statistics is smoothing out the bumps in your data, right? So that you can just look at the general trends. But when you smooth out those bumps are the exact economic problems that you're trying to resolve. This is Hayek's knowledge problem. And this is compounded further by Mises' economic calculation problem, which shows that a central planner just cannot get the relevant data in the first place. It's just simply not possible. There is no data to plan with. It's not that, it'd be super hard for him to do it, or, it would take him a long time to do the planning, or that he needs a supercomputer to do it. There's just no data, period. Right? He just can't do it. There is nothing to compute in the first place. So at these large scales, a state is inept, as with every socialist system. And the premise isn't even about, the point of contention of the debate isn't even about whether or not a state is required at a large scale. It's about whether a state is required, i.e. whether a state is a necessary condition for rights enforcement to happen. And it's not, right? We both agree that it's not a necessary condition for rights enforcement to happen.
Okay, that should conclude our debate. Thank you guys both very much for participating. It's been a pleasure listening to this. I want to let you guys know this is the semifinals, so I'll be updating both of you to see who goes on to the final round, and you'll be facing the opposing bracket. Reminder for the final round, if you lose and get second place, you will be rewarded $50. If you win, you will get $150. So I want to keep that in mind. This debate is going to be sent to a panel of judges. They're going to review it and make their decision accordingly. And afterwards, in about 48 hours, we should notify you who won. But all in all, thank you guys for making it this far in the tournament, and thanks for being part of this all.
Sure. Yeah, and just to I know this is outside of the actual debate, but I think to kind of respond to your point, because it's an interesting conversation. I've really enjoyed debating you on this and having this, and I think it's a good conversation we had. But I think the one thing that I did want to bring up, if you got a little bit of time, if you don't totally understand,
I was just going to suggest something. I'm going to be like chatting in my server after this on stream, so we could like discuss it there if you want it to be just.
Sure. Yeah. No, I'm happy to talk about it. I mean, my quick point is just that it's not just a single right, right? Because we can find situations where there's a single right where an individual can defend themselves. It's about rights broadly, right? Can you defend the rights that are necessary, the strategies that are necessary to run a good society? And I would say that you might have someone who's strong and can defend themselves in one situation on one certain plane, but can they defend themselves on every plane, right? And that's why, I talk about that broader scale, is because rights include the things that are happening on those higher levels, right? And so for you to say an individual can defend their rights, plural, on all of these planes, I think that is not true. And so that's kind of where I would focus. But again, like I said, I've enjoyed the conversation, and yeah, it's been good.
This has been very enjoyable. Also, one last thing as well for anyone listening on my side or any other streams, my Twitter account is at Sola Requiem if you want to find me there. And if you're interested in being on the debate stage of any given topic, I could arrange that for you. But Yeah, that should be all for me. Thank you very much, guys, both of you, for being part of this.
Yeah, my pleasure. And Zula, I'm happy to jump on a call and have a discussion, because again, I appreciate that you're having this in good faith, and I think like the only way that arguments become stronger is by having these discussions with other people who are articulate and thoughtful about them.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, thanks for having the debate tournament, Sola. And yeah, I'll be happy to hear more of what you have to say, Matt, in a bit. I'll probably just go to the toilet first. I'll be in the
Yeah,
I'll be in the VC at some point. But yeah,
sounds good. Thanks, everyone.
yep. See ya.
his opponent was just a very passionate NAFO dude. So that was an absolute like boot stomp, basically. And a lot of people were DMing me saying like that was a setup. I'm a pro Russian chill, deaf to me. They're gonna kill my family for like supporting Russia. And I'm like, dude, I was just hosting a debate. Like, it's not that deep.
Yeah, that's not good to have.
Yeah.
So
Hello,
I
good
mean,
people.
if
Is Zulu's profile
anybody's
picture- is it Michael Myers or
No,
his
so
profile,
it's
no, it's just some dude.
oh, I thought it was Michael Myers with like an edited smile on him, but
it's like basically
Oh.
a guy who was like my friends found this picture of a guy from one of the universities they were going to who looked like another friend of ours. So we kept doing dumb edits of his face, and that's how the logo was found.
And then you put
Wow.
a smile filter on it, or like whatever
Yeah,
it's
that was
called.
that was somebody else. That was I think Jacob. His name is Jacob the Ancat Monkey. I don't know what he goes by now.
Mm.
But yeah, that was he put the smile filter on there.
But Meta,
That's
if
funny.
anybody does reach out to you and tells you like kill yourself or some other stupid retarded shit, tell them to go kick
Mm.
rocks and block them. You can send me a message if there's somebody from the server, and I'll take care of it. Because people don't need to be doing that to you. You're coming in good faith, and you're making some fairly decent arguments, I think. I don't know. Just
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I
don't push
mean,
them-
like,
don't let them push you around.
yeah, I'm not too worried. Because I think when you're having these kind of healthy, good faith debates, people kind of recognize that, and they don't want to like sour
Yeah.
sour the well by having those kinds of things. But I mean, and I get it too. Like, I think that there are people who it's like, it's like you kind of want to push against certain people, who just like they've come with poorly prepared. They don't really have good arguments to make, and it's like,
Well,
I don't think.
and it's one of those things too where like if it was somebody like Synth, I wouldn't give two shits what somebody said to him in his DMs because Synth is an absolute idiot. He just puts himself into that dead end corner philosophy where you can't know anything.
He is a buffoon.
I don't know anything to be the case. Okay, you lose. Goodbye. Concession. Kill him. Death penalty.
But like, no, I don't think you'll probably have too many people trying to say stupid crap to you, especially not from here, because most of the people in here are fairly good about wanting to strengthen ethics and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not worried about it too. I mean, I have my own group. I'm decently active on Twitter and the Anon sphere. So, and like I usually try to stay above the whole drama stuff. I think there's, if you're not the kind of person that's going to like you put out a certain vibe, and your vibe like will attract people. Like if people know that they can get a rise out of you, they'll do it, right? But if
Yeah.
they, if they realize that you're not gonna fall for that bait, you're usually okay.
Yeah. I will say though, I don't feel like you can establish the necessity for a state by going through the defense of people's rights, because the nature of a state itself is going to violate your rights anyways by its very nature. It's going to restrict you on property that you can own and whatnot. And I feel like if you were going to talk about a state being necessary, the only path that you could make a valid deduction or argument on might be the need for a sort of identity among people. I don't feel like you can say the state is necessary to defend people because the state doesn't defend you that way. You are the mechanism for defense against the state. They use you to go out and fight their battles,
Yeah, I
So,
mean,
I
Sorry,
don't
go ahead.
see how you can make an argument that the state is there to defend you when the state is so totally incapable of actually defending people that it uses the people that you are to who just pinged me shit, I can't even see that. But yeah, they can't. They can't defend you. They use you for the defense.
Mhm.
So I don't feel like saying the state is necessary defense is a good or valid deduction. I think it is probably one of the weaker parts if you're going to make an argument for there being a state. The only way that I could see an argument that the state is needed is, like I said, in the terms of needing an identity to have. I think Jordan Peterson has talked about that a little bit. When people don't have an identity, they begin to become a lot more aggressive.
Yeah, no, I mean it's a really interesting conversation to have around that sense, because there's a lot of thinkers in the space that I'm not familiar with, but they talk about this idea a lot, or it's like, yeah, there's something, I guess a lot of, and I haven't explored this at like an extremely deep level, so I think there's a lot more exploration to be had, but I do kind of agree with this idea that there's something, I guess what I'm getting at is there's something transcendent, right, that we should be aspiring to. And it's like, what thing that exists in the free market of the economy, like, is there to protect that transcendent value? And yeah, so I think that would be like an interesting conversation of like around things.
If I may
This is the
ask,
point that I wanted Zulu to bring up. I wanted Zulu to bring this point, but the market is not like you seem to be having this idea that the market excludes sort of spiritual ideas, or it doesn't cater to these transcendent ideals. But the problem is the market is not some sort of, doesn't have an objective value to maximize. It's not maximizing like dollars, or it's not maximizing like economic value is a subjective good, right? It comes from what the participants in the market value, right? So if I'm a deeply religious person and high on my value scale is to have a very good church in my town, then it's going to be part of my actions to take action to have a church constructed, right? And if there's a free market, right, if there's no state, I'll do that by interacting with other people. I'll exchange goods, I'll make money, I'll potentially organize a bunch of other people in my town, we'll collect money, we'll build a church, and we'll have a church. So catering to transcendent or spiritual values is not exclusive to a free market.
Sure, yeah, you could,
because like, put it this way, right? Like, when you have the ability to freely associate with who you want to associate with, you're going to make whatever association you want to make. And that includes if you want to be in a society that's extremely racist or some other extreme. It's going to form because that's what people want to do. So,
yeah.
If you want to live in a place that's basically a church, I mean, you'll surround yourself with people who are similar to you in that regard, and you're not all going to have the same exact values.
Sure. I guess the main point of contention that I would bring up is that, what if you have like a religious group that is strong, right, and it doesn't want to see other religions cropping up, and it's going to use its power in the market to push against that, right? You have to have some third party that's going to be able to kind of guarantee those things to you.
Yeah, we call those RAIs, rights enforcement agencies. They act like insurance. And if you try to go against like the RAIs, I mean, you're probably going to wind up paying for it. I mean, because the only option that you're talking about is you're basically talking about, well, how do you prevent war? That's basically what you're getting down to, is how do we prevent war when you don't have a state to do that? And the problem with that is, right, is a state is a formation of identity. It's the formation. It's the monopolization of violence. It's basically saying, hey, this is my standard, and I'm going to hold by it. And if you try and go against my standard, I'm going to fight you until either you are dead or I'm dead. So you're not solving the issue by enacting a state there. You're just giving the standard for which you stand by.
Another thing I'd say is the state is pretty much the origin of most warfare, because it's far more. It's not really beneficial on a free market to engage in warfare, right? When you have to take on the costs of warfare on your own, or as a voluntary group, then generally we only see such groups engage in defensive warfare. Like, for example, like the Acadians. The Acadian Commonwealth only ever went to war when the British invaded them. Unfortunately, they lost that conflict, tragically. But and we can also see this in the Old West, right? Like before state armies show up, towns of settlers generally trade with local Indians. But when the U.S. Army shows up, which is funded by taxpayers in a very distant area, then they are not incentivized to trade anymore. They can use violence to get what they wish. So I think we can conclude from this that like if you have a state, you're actually far more incentivized to use violence to get what you want, because well, a state it's not just a monopoly on violence. A state has psychological properties in the population. It's that it's viewed as legitimate, right? And because it's viewed as legitimate, people generally don't resist against the state, and so it becomes a much more powerful means of getting what you want.
And again, Chronic, this is why I said I think it goes into that sense of identity. It gives somebody a standard to go forward with and to hang around their wall. You know,
well, actually, I think it is possible to separate that sort of cultural societal identity from the state. It's part of what I try and do in my like writing project, my fiction project. Like I have the Selenian republics, which are like I would call them a collection of nations, but I wouldn't say that they're a state because they don't form a aggressive monopoly on violence. They have like anarcho-capitalism, but they also have flags and like celebrations and festivals and common language and culture, right? And so that would make them a nation, but they wouldn't have a state. And so I think you can have that sort of national identity without having a state. And I try to go with civic nationalism, where it's more like to be part of the Selenian nation, you have to you agree with the value structure and the goodness of. And now I'm getting into something completely different. So someone stop my tangent, please.
Go ahead, Meta.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, it's like interesting, right? Because I'm, it's funny. I've before I kind of really came into the libertarian space, I think a lot about, I agree, like taxation is theft, and the states, especially in their current incarnations, are very contrary to our rights and where we want to go. And I think it's part of this too. And I think I brought this up like briefly in the conversation. Is I think that there's a difference in quality of people, right? So like you have great men who can kind of understand these structures. They can make judgments on what is good and maybe how things need to be changed and stuff like that. But how do you create? Because my concern, I think, with a lot of the libertarian ideas is that a lot of libertarians are very smart and they kind of see how things could be better and they want to change that, but they're kind of missing like how do you also protect the herd, right? These people who can't make these smarter decisions on their own and kind of how do you move them in positive directions? And maybe you can allow the free market to do that, but again, my concern is like, are they going to be able to, like, are you gonna, because you always have nefarious actors, right? You always have some group of people who are going to work contrary.
Aggression is always going to exist no matter what you do. That's absolutely true.
This is
And
actually
you're always
one
going to
point
have somebody.
which I didn't specifically get into in the debate. This notion of, well, there are these like, herd thinkers, these like, not very creative people. They just follow the pack. They're like, sheeple essentially. And so we need the state to protect them. But I would say that's a prime target for state aggression. Does the state want to be wasting all its time going after some very well organized, very high powered group? Well, such a group, they really wanted to take control over a bunch of people and predate on a bunch of people. The herd is a great group of people to do that predation against, so I would say they're going to be the biggest victims of the state.
Yeah, but I also think that like part of the difficulty arises around this idea that that like we are so exposed to all these like very unhealthy, very unbeneficial incarnations of the state and how those things work. And so I think it's harder to kind of appreciate what it could look like in its better forms. And and so I think like that's a component. But I've read, I assume you guys have read The Machinery of Freedom by David Friedman, or at least that's like a book that bounces around.
That's on the reading list, yes.
Yeah.
I'm probably the weakest one in here for that whole reading list thing because I have not read a single one of these books. Everything
I'm like halfway through.
I have picked up from listening to Zulu's debates and just like listening to what he has to say, and of course working from first principles because that's always important to do.
Yeah.
Leo is actually the smartest one in here. He just uses his brain. He doesn't even need to read. He just derives it from first principles. He's actually the real Hans Hermann.
Yeah.
The real rationalist.
Well, and that's the funny thing for me is like I've definitely had a lot of conversations with people where I've like come up with an idea, kind of thinking about these things on my own, and then people are like, "Oh, what you're talking about is this guy's like philosophy or theory or whatever." So I don't think anyone owns ideas. It's just people maybe do better or worse jobs at kind of explaining them and putting them
anti-property.
out there.
Well, you'll fit in just fine then.
Anti-intellectual property.
Intellectual property. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think we have a very strong overlap. Obviously, in a debate, you got to be, you got to give as little ground as possible. But, yeah, my question, my focus is not so much on, because I do think like the more you incorporate the free hand in the market and the less control the government has, the better, right? And I agree with
Therefore,
that
anarchy.
idea of basically having insurances
Yeah.
really good. But I think like the difficulty becomes, if you don't have someone kind of trying to drive things in certain directions, or if you don't have people who are kind of being involved in these certain ways, like are things going to go in the right direction all the time for you?
But here's the thing, right? Then we get down to an issue of who watches the watchers.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I would say the problem he described is not like applies significantly more to the state. Like, what happens if you elect George W. Bush? Now 1 million Iraqis are dead. Who's the wise and powerful director for our society? Well, we have an established person with a monopoly on violence, but we've elected someone who's not very wise.
No.
I think it's better that if there is I think Constantine Hopper gets into this when he talks about natural elites, where in an anarchist society, you still would have hierarchies, and you would have people that are looked up to for their wisdom, but these people would not be in positions that are created by the state. They wouldn't be
they don't have any positions of power. They don't have a monopoly over controlling what you're able to do.
They would have power, but it would be voluntary power. It would be social power, right? It would be power that's
but that's
granted to them.
That's a lot different than what the state has, though, right?
Exactly, it is very
different. The state is a forced monopoly of violence, where at this point, at least in the U.S., it's basically a popularity poll off of the age-old democracy model.
Well, it's less than that. It's a popularity poll that's controlled by the CIA.
Yeah.
Shit, I had a train of thought that I was just having, and now I've lost it.
That's the worst.
Did you check the
CIA
station?
stole your train.
Yeah, I guess like a big part of my my thoughts around this is like I agree that like you have this problem. It's why I tell people who are like, oh, I'm so excited to like plug myself into the Matrix and the AI brain and like just kind of exist in this world forever. And it's like, well, but your underlying assumption there is that AI brain is never going to be utilized for evil, right? And so how do you keep that from being utilized for evil? And I think like one of the ways you could make that like the counter argument is to say something along the lines of like, well, let's create, I think like the best incarnation of a state is one that has this kind of like free market economy strategy built into it, where you have like different parts of the government, right, that are in contention with each other and competing, right? Like that was kind of the fundamental idea of the America, was to have different states with different governing kind of approaches, and then to have those.
Well, because America from the get-go, it was always supposed to be a minimalized government.
Yeah,
and it was supposed to be an association of states that all had their own governing body, and they just kind of collaborated together in the main.
Mm.
But like
But now look at what it's got to.
now
what it is
now
now.
we're to the point of we're this huge national conglomerate that's all under the same banner of the Bill of Rights. And,
Yeah, they used, I think I might have referenced this briefly, but there was like some rule that it's like the federal government can make legislation in regards to interstate commerce or something like that. And then, and then they just basically made the argument that everything is interstate commerce,
Mhm.
so, and then now they have their clause and everything, which is obviously very unhealthy.
But it was a very slow spread though too. Like it was poisoning the well from the very beginning. that
And
we
that's
started to
actually
do this.
on that clause, Judge Napolitano points out that when they said the federal government is allowed to regulate interstate commerce, they didn't mean regulation in the modern understanding. They meant to keep
Yeah.
regular, right? It was to make sure that it
Yeah.
keeps going on, rather than saying, hey, you're only allowed to carry this much of these substances across this border, and if you do any more, then we're going to arrest you. Right? That was never That was never the understanding back in the day.
And they try and take that same type of argument now too for like the Second Amendment, where they're saying you got
They're just ignoring the shall not be infringed part. Like that's pretty.
Yeah, I know.
pretty like bold, underline that part. It's like, wow, that part really
I
doesn't
wonder
mean
what
much.
this means.
The Constitution has either permitted the gross violation of rights as we have witnessed, or it has been powerless to prevent it.
But the last part of that quote, come on, finish. Let's have the Spooner. Come on.
That's what I said. I just said.
But the sentence after that.
Wait, there's a
case it is unnecessary, or I think I can't even remember it. You're the one who quoting like
I can't remember it. I can't remember it. That's the only part I know from memory.
I can't remember my own name, to be honest. So
And there's another interesting part to this whole constitution business, that there are several articles I read that state that the sovereign citizen types, while quite amusing and quite wrong in terms of the effectiveness of their pleadings,
A group of people called themselves the sovereign citizens murdered 40 cops in my town.
Yeah. Yes, but the key thing is that they're technically right. So the Constitution has the sin of the way it was passed, which was there was a prior agreement, and then the Constitutional Convention happened. People were forced almost at gunpoint to participate in that Constitutional Convention, and it ignored the prior constitution that existed. And this is in an article by, I'll remember the name in a moment, but there's an NRX guy that argues this point, that we are actually in the third constitution, meaning that just like the Articles of Confederation were basically ignored several years later to establish the current known constitution, similarly the Bill of Rights, not the Bill of Rights, but the amendments and the various inventions in the 60s could be seen as a new constitution on top of the existing one that gives special rights to special people.
The about the first part where they were forced to join the Constitutional Convention, I think it's funny in history how actually New Hampshire refused to join to participate in the Constitutional Convention, but magically, as soon as their representatives were summoned to the Supreme Court, and no one knows what happened, but they walked out, and suddenly every single one of them was on board with the Constitution.
They were the aliens. What happened was the candy bar Martian showed up and was like, unless you sign this piece of parchment, I will blow up the world. And they failed the test.
Yeah, they all stole the candy bar. Disgraces.
I will say
Sovereign citizens.
the sovereign citizens actually annoy me, not because of what they're trying to do. Like I agree with their core idea of what they're trying to do of exercising individual rights and not being part of this association that they don't want to be a part of, but the way that they go about doing it is
Yeah, like
aggravating.
Well,
murdering
it's because
40 cops.
they're a philosophical dead end. If you actually read what sovereign citizens believe, it's like they go in the opposite direction of natural law theory, and they sort of believe like
Yeah.
they believe super hard in these like written laws and commandments that were written. Like they believe that there's some kind of magical quality to these written laws that were created by people, like these positive laws, and they have some transcendent properties to them. And like and it's like their brain was so short circuited in civics class that they now believe it
Yeah, they hold themselves to like maritime law and shit.
There's a concept that was created that I forgot who made it, but they called it word magic, and it was basically they were like lawyers are word magicians, right? So words specifically can become hyperstitious, and they manifest themselves into a reality that doesn't actually exist, but due to social relations and material conditions, it manifests itself to being a real power force. So, right, it's like words like laws, commandments, things like these have become hyperstitious things that people use to exercise whatever ulterior motive they may have.
Hang on, I should have posted this in VC text. This is the sovereign citizen doing a reading of a legal text, and he's talking about language fraud, right? And he's like he does syntaxing, right? And just watch this video. It's like, what are you doing?
Unfortunately, I can't watch the video right now as I am playing Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. So
the article I mentioned, I should quote it. The person is Aaron McIntyre, and the article is "The Danger of Zombie Constitutionalism." I highly recommend it.
What?
What do you mean? What?
It's just the word it's used.
Zombie constitution. What do you mean?
It's a constitution created by philosophical zombies, of course.
It goes perfect together.
No, I think that it's like that's actually a perfect title. What do you mean? It is a zombie constitution. It's sort of alive, but it's not dead.
Yeah.
But nobody actually like believes that it does anything. It eats your brains, literally.
It doesn't do anything.
Wait, one moment. It eats your brains. It does.
Actually, no, it does do something. It follows the commands of the person who resurrected it to do its bidding, right? And that's the politician.
Yes, and
okay.
Yes, and it eats your brains because you don't think. You think, oh, it protects me, but actually it doesn't.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, actually, I will say, because of the American Constitution, it is the reason why America has at least a little bit better situation than we're in for a lot of other countries. For example, you can be a 15-year-old and work at a fucking grocery store here and make more money a year than the average Belgian.
One moment. You're right. Let's put the blame in the right direction. The illusion the Constitution creates produces a response in the people where they're willing to fight to protect it. And so they're willing to fight to protect their rights. And that mythology gets them out into the street with guns. And those guns protect your ability to do things in the United States that you can't do in Belgium or elsewhere because...
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. literally the ability to have guns in itself. But
no, right. I'm not like saying that this is not the best. So if you want to evaluate it, I think it would be dishonest to not call it probably the most anarchist attempt at governance to that date, and probably still right now on large scale.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that necessarily, because I mean, I guess if you mean still surviving states, maybe, but look. Anyway, what I'm saying, a huge part of why we have at least the little bit of freedom that we do have in America is because of our culture. So, and I like to study American culture through American literature specifically, but you have to separate it from into eras because there's like the Scarlet Letter, which is a European piece of literature but is written by an American. Then there's The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, which is an American piece of literature with American culture in it. If you understand what I'm saying, but
Yes.
the whole thing is we have an American sense of freedom. So libertarianism in itself is a very American ideology. That is,
I know that far too well.
Could only be birthed in America, and could only be fully full force like used and understood by Americans.
There's never going to be a libertarian revolution in Australia. Never happening, sadly.
Never happened. No, not even in Brazil. No, not even in Argentina or Brazil, right? Because look, all right, the people in Argentina and Brazil, sure, there's Hoppians there and stuff, right? But they don't actually understand what they're talking about, really. They have a bunch of like really stupid beliefs.
Why not? Why
Okay, for example.
No, wait. That's one moment. One moment.
Kevin is about to ban.
Before you skip to how awful Argentinians are and all the other beautiful topics we can cover, you said something. You said that there's European culture and American culture.
Oh,
but
yes.
I would agree with you that there's a difference, but they're also like a branch of a tree. Specifically, the combination of the frontier with the Anglo culture that used to be in England. And there was a reason why the Anglo culture used to be more libertarian than everywhere else in Europe. My theory is because of shipping, and then being a trade empire.
Not necessarily libertarian, I wouldn't say.
Come on, no.
So it's like,
please stop doing this. Stop. When I'm not saying that anything ever in the past before Hoppe was libertarian. Rothbard is not a libertarian. Confirmed.
Oh yeah, wait, hold up.
That's not how I'm using the language. I'm saying it was proto-anarchist in the idea that there was a pretty simple physical connection. I have a ship. I am a trader. If England raises taxes too high on me, I'm going to trade in France and don't deliver to England. And because England was relying on me to trade, it gave me power in parliament. It gave me power against the king. It gave me power to control my life and to own my property by the geography that existed. And after hundreds of years of that power, people like me, people like this person I'm talking on behalf of, became Americans.
Okay,
Let's
yes.
put it this
What,
way,
what,
though,
I'm, what I'm
too,
saying
right?
is
We're-
you have to analyze it a little bit intersectionally instead of just blatantly, because you have to understand that these people only thought that Britons deserve this kind of libertarian freedom, right? That Britons are the civilized class. Yes, no, literally, because you can analyze this through the oppression of other people.
You're oversimplifying this, but it was very early in British history in terms of like it depends on the class of people. There was always a class of people that were more radical, and there was always a class of people that were more statists. If you belong to the class that would work for the state, work in the Navy, then you fully believed in enslaving everybody. And if you were like a British conservative, you fully believed that people are too dumb to self-rule, and so you had to like take care of them, even if you believed in some market economics on some level. And there were quite a few people that started to observe that the universalizability of their Christian faith, and the fact that and those were people that became the proto-anarchists. They showed up out of England. I'm just saying that topographically, that is the culture that was created, and why the king had to cede power hundreds of years before the empire expanded. He had to cede power because he became a trade empire, became an empire that could not control its own citizens entirely, so it had to cede power. Now, when you ship it off to the United States, you get an enhancement to that.
Okay,
But like,
so
let's put it this way, right?
what I'm
what is
what
it
I'm
that
saying,
actually underlines and creates the libertarian mindset? Because I don't think any country has really quite a monopoly on that identity, right? Like, certain countries are
I
definitely
do
better at being
believe America
libertarian
has
than others,
quite a bit
right?
of it.
But the thing is, right, is it's an understanding of philosophy and understanding the core concepts behind what makes people free. And while America may be closer to that than some other places have come, certainly it's certainly not monopolistic on that front. We've had plenty of other places.
So
like in Gaspaya in Spain, they had basically an anarchist society there for almost 300 years. And then we had
That was in
Arcadia.
Italy.
Yeah.
Was it Italy? Yeah, Italy.
Yeah.
Minor geography.
so they're
Mara.
probably Caspian.
Yeah.
Look, I failed
I
geography.
hate
Okay, I'm not even gonna-
Before Cospaya, which was a tiny and insignificant piece of garbage that no libertarian should quote, we should talk about
Yeah.
Venice. Venice was the largest trade empire, and it was, in terms of
I hate this
type
argument.
the type of state that it was quite a bit different than other empires around it, because there were groups of people in it that had access to mobility of their economic power. Because they had mobility of their economic power, they could not be controlled from a center, so it became decentralized.
Yes. Okay. Also, here's the thing. Has anyone here like actually opened up like the Catechism of the Catholic Church, like and read it?
No.
Because
What
this
is
is
the
important.
policy?
Trust me, this is important. All right. So in the Catechism, right? If you actually go to the parts on politics and economics, while it does say it rejects capitalism and socialism, it's because they believe capitalism as the normative definition, not as the libertarian philosophical definition, and they also they believe in socialism as a state-controlled industry. But anyway, so if you read the things on government, it has a very strong emphasis on natural rights and leaving the economy be and all these things. Now, of course, this was after Vatican II, but still, I think distributionism is innately libertarian in philosophy, even though it's not been taken to its logical conclusion. Besides, like Dorothy Day and whatnot.
Yeah, but we're talking about whether I'm making the argument that maybe there's part genetics to it. I don't know. I don't explore that aspect.
Genetics. No.
Genetic libertarians.
However, you're interrupting. You're interfering right now. You're interrupting. You're being like disruptive. I said the word zombie, and you had the giggles. Just let me. I'll try to be very concise, but please don't interrupt. I'm making a strictly argument that is strictly in terms of the topography. So why was America so free? Because it had two things going for it. It had a frontier. What is a frontier? If I don't like the center, if I don't like how things run in Boston, then I can grab a bunch of stuff and travel across territory and end up in a place that's much less populated, where I'm away from the center and run things with my community the way I want to. That creates a topography of anarchy. As the center in the United States grows stronger, as railroads connect the country together, as transfer of troops through the territory becomes easier, that anarchy gets diminished. But there's like hundreds of years of anarchist-minded people from Britain that was already anarchist-minded by being a trade empire, going to the colonies, which like concentrates and selects for people who have such leanings, and creates a culture, this culture of independence, bootstraps, and all of that. And so that combines with frontier independence, where you cannot depend on the center because the center keeps telling you, natives are attacking you. Oh, too bad for you. You know, fire back. Or like the military will arrive in a few months, and the attitude becomes.
The natives never attacked first, by the way.
Oh yeah, of course, sure.
That wasn't a thing.
Sure, yeah.
They literally did.
Oh yeah, never. Yeah, of course.
Never.
No, I mean you can actually.
The whole point. No, wait. You missed the detail.
Are you still alive?
on the center. In fact, hate were towards the center because the center would try to collect taxes and actually provide nothing to you, which was the whole story of the revolution.
Right.
You know, you deal with the pirates on your own, but we will also tax your ships. In fact, we are the pirates. We're going to conscript your sailors into our navy, and you'll shut up about.
Go live on the street.
It's
Declare war, you
absolutely
can.
not social. You do realize, right, that communists supported the metal standard, right?
I am using
that was a whole thing.
I don't care. I'm using the TIG definition of socialism, which is public control over the means of production. Now, public control over the banks, or the state control over the banks,
is allowed to talk?
My definition of socialism. It's not communist socialism. Sure.
State is not.
It's not
the
Marxist.
State is not the people. It's not public control of the means of production. It's still technically private because the state
it's the claim
operates as a monopoly.
Yeah, all of those groups, including the people never own anything. So it's always a claim. I'm sorry, I shortened it. The people, the public's claim over their ownership.
Okay, so, right. The only way you could claim it's public ownership of the means of production, or worker ownership of the means of production, if it's a worker state.
No, it's not worker.
America's very much.
No, it's not worker. I never said worker. You try to inject it, and because
okay,
you
public.
You,
okay, so
wait one moment. I never said the word communist. I said public because there's private, which is the individual family, and there's public, which is a group of people. So any group of people is the public. Yes.
Okay.
I didn't say worker. I didn't talk about Marxist.
In any case, not all socialism is Marxist-Leninism. Socialism is just really, it's an interference in the institution of private property, and a state-run central bank is certainly such a thing.
Statism isn't a form of socialism, that's just statism. I mean, you can claim that it's not capitalist if you have
it's always that great idea, isn't it,
intervention.
where socialism is going to have the state wither away, but I wonder how they're actually going to do this when they keep on requiring the state to kind of commit and interfere and control the means of production.
I mean,
let's redefine the state to be only capitalist, and then that will wither away.
The typical answer of the state withering away for Marxism would probably be that once industry is in the hands of the workers and we're successfully decommoditized without a monetary standard, then you can
so then we have the issue of the
take away
ECP,
state
and
power.
now nobody can understand where the market is going because we don't have prices as indicators.
I think the whole thing with the ECP is a little silly because you don't
seeing your
because it's not understanding
and they're not strong enough to make
it's
your
not
case here.
understanding it's not understanding how economic calculation works in a centrally planned economy.
Let's take
you know what, you're right, it's fine.
Let's just take the sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt or anything. But I mean let's just take like the ECP then. You've globbed onto that. How exactly can you do any economic calculation if you don't have any factor prices? Or do you think you can have factor prices without being able to trade the factors?
So the concept of how we would centrally plan an economy in a socialist state would be you analyze what it takes to produce a certain item and do that for all industries.
Okay, but this doesn't give you factor prices.
This isn't. Hold on. I'm building the concept from the ground. Anyway, so without using prices, you take what materials need to be used. Then you.
How do you determine that?
Simply. Okay, so
well, to be clear, that's not a problem. Like, we can imagine that you know exactly what you need to build a given car or whatever. The question is, how you're building these given things. How do you decide which method of production is the best? Right, and that's what you need economic calculation for. So how do you do that?
What method of production?
Yes, so
You're saying
the
what
line of
method?
production. So you could use either, some sort of machine to build a car. Maybe use workers to build the car, like Ford did, or robots. It's not trivial to figure out which one of these is going to be better.
So the answer would be we wouldn't be operating on a profit motive. Instead, we would
Exactly.
be operating on a well-being motive.
Right. Okay, but
Therefore,
given that you're not operating on a
we would
profit
lean
motive, how do you
towards
do
using
economic
robots.
calculation?
You find what needs to be created. You simply use a
Let's assume we know exactly what needs to be
dependency
created.
matrix.
We have solved the knowledge problem. We know exactly what people want. How do you figure out how to produce those things?
You're giving him a lot of ground with this one.
You
there, too, 'cause,
use
like, he
whatever's
can't determine whether he needs carbon fiber or aluminum to build this car.
Sure. I'm
That
giving
needs
all
to
the ground
be-
in the world. We can have our new socialist men and all that. How do you
Okay, so what
how do you
I'm
do
saying
economic
is-
calculation to figure out the best line of production? How do you do that?
So the best line of production. Okay, so there's things like, for example, all right, let's say you have a sandwich shop. All right, so you have one, which is a machine that creates sandwiches. What it needs is a person to maintain it, and it needs the materials fed into it. Then you have a worker, which is one person that assembles the sandwich, but it takes longer, has less output. The obvious solution would be to choose the robot because it makes instantly, uses one worker, takes less time, and has more output.
But it also requires a bunch of metal and fancy computer chips and all that stuff. Like, would it be
So
like it's theoretically possible?
Matrix,
Like, it's theoretically possible that Ford could have built a robot which would build his cars. Right? It's not like the laws of physics change between then and now. It would just cost trillions of dollars for him to develop that technology. Right? Do you know why he didn't do that? Because it's more expensive. It would be less efficient.
Because it's okay, right? But so efficiency isn't necessarily a good thing. Socialism is not the
Whether
most
it's a
efficient
good
economic
thing.
system.
I'm sorry, you said that you could solve the economic calculation problem. This was the claim that you made. Throwing your hands up and saying, well, actually, we don't care whether or not they're efficient, that doesn't solve the economic calculation problem. That just ignores the problem.
That so.
May
I'm
I
saying
say
is-
something?
Sure.
Yes. So there was an earlier point where are you a Marxist? Because I don't have really context here.
I'm a Trotskyist. Yeah.
Okay.
Marxist.
So earlier when
is it all right if I can speak?
well,
No.
Sure.
could I finish first and then you?
Okay,
may I direct everyone's attention to the stream?
Yes.
Take a look here. We have 2 lines of production here.
Wait, I can't look at the. I'm unable to. Look
One
at
moment.
it.
Somebody needs to moderate this. Many are speaking at once.
Has become a communist country because we allowed Antifa and other Marxist-Leninist movements in America and allowed
Antifa's
the Democrat Party to have so much power. We have never checked or balanced or have any fair election.
Wait, Queen Maga, this is unrelated to the previous point.
What is this about? What is this even about?
What are you talking about? Shut up!
What is bro rambling on about?
What is bro waffling? What is bro waffling about?
I muted Queen Maga, so I believe he was speaking right now. Fish was asking to speak politely and was started to speak when he got interrupted. Okay. So let Fish continue and finish his point.
Katie, or how is that pronounced?
Yes, Katie.
Katie, okay. So Katie made the point after someone else, I don't know who, I can't remember, said that central banking, or the introduction of central banking was an introduction to socialism, or to a part of socialism, and then Katie responded that central banking has nothing to do with socialism. However, I have just pulled up, so it's the German version, so I'll just translate it really quick. And the hold up.
sorry. Yes, here, demands of the Communist Party in Germany. And in this document, which Marx and Engels have written, on the 10th point says, all private banks are replaced by a state bank whose paper has a legal rate. This measure makes it possible to regulate the credit system in the interest of the whole people and thus undermines the rule of the big money men. By gradually substituting paper money for gold and silver, it cheapens the indispensable instrument of bourgeois commerce, the general medium of exchange, and allows gold and silver to work outwardly. This measure is, after all, necessary to tie the interests of conservative bourgeois to the revolution. And this is one of the demands by Engels and Marx for the Communist Party in Germany. This was something they
Okay,
have written
so
in
I knew someone.
1884.
I knew someone was gonna pull this up. Anyway, so that was so. There's actually several positions that both Marx and Engels either disagreed with or changed their beliefs on later. This is actually one of them. I believe so in Das Kapital, the fiat system has already existed in some countries, and there was a section dedicated to critiquing fiat money. But not only that, the Gotha program also talks about this. So critique of the Gotha. But even if Marx still supported it, Rosa Luxemburg and Trotsky didn't. So I don't care. Marx can be wrong about things. But
I think we all agree with that.
Yeah, Marx was wrong about his entire ideology.
Marx can indeed be wrong about things, but you said that central banking had nothing to do with socialism. Yet here is a socialist arguing for central banking.
Logically speaking, it doesn't. And here's
But why?
All right.
Okay.
So inflation is a very, very, very large issue for socialists, and we historically have been very against it. And we believe.
I think everyone is against it, except Keynesians, of course.
Well, so we, both Marxists and Austrians, believe that inflation is Marxists use different words, of course. We call it an act of class warfare by the rich against the working class. I'm sure Austrians use different terms, but it's basically the same thing. So if you have a bunch of money stockpiled, inflation isn't really going to hurt you that much. And it's actually in your interest because people can't build capital with their people who have less money. Their money's being devalued.
I kind of disagree with the idea that inflation isn't going to hurt somebody that has a lot of money.
Yes,
a little bit.
No, but inflation.
They have it in assets mostly. That's the whole thing about being.
Well, if you have.
Well, you said money specifically, but I get what you mean.
Money. If you store money, for example, like Mr. Krabs in his mattress, then that money is still going to devalue. If you have it in assets, that's another thing.
I think what Katie meant to say is that large capital holders typically store their wealth in assets, and so they devalue less.
They typically store it in art nowadays, and they hold on to a large art piece. But you
what do they store nowadays? Yeah, I know, but the thing is, the point Katie's trying to make is that large capital holders are typically insulated from the effects of inflation because they have the capital to invest in assets which devalue less than the money.
So the petite bourgeoisie has some negative effects, generally enough to make them not like inflation, and the working class absolutely feels the effects of inflation full force because workers don't own capital. Their money is either what they just get paid to just live off day by day, or they're saving it in a bank, but it's typically in money, assets.
One part you're missing in your analysis here is what exactly is the driving force of this inflation, and the answer is the introduction of fiduciary media. This is how we get business cycles, and who is harmed by this business cycle? Who is doing the malinvestment?
Yes.
Well, it's the
So
capitalists, right? They're investing their capital
yes, it's
incorrectly, right? So they're also getting
Yes.
rammed up the ass by all this, right? So it's, I don't think it's specifically against
Correct,
the
but
workers. It's
many
against,
of them don't.
it destroys everybody.
Many of them don't understand this specifically.
I also don't know if I necessarily agree with the working class not owning capital. I mean, what are we defining capital as? Is it just the money that we're talking about? Because if it's money,
No.
I mean, the working class certainly has some money.
Capital
Not
goods.
a lot, but capital goods.
no,
I mean, that could be
capital.
anything, though.
Yeah, especially if you
I've got-
Yes,
consider.
it could be. It could be, but it's
because I've got
if you have your
your
have
laptop,
a
your truck, your tools.
I have an SBR right here, right? I have this gun that I built sitting right next to me. I've got my car out there. I've got this computer that I'm using to speak to you guys right now. Any of these things could be capital goods, and
do
I'm a
you
working
use your
class
gun
member.
to make money?
I
Hold on,
absolutely
do you use your
can.
gun to make
Oh,
money?
I absolutely can.
You can, but do you?
So
Yeah.
you're so
Not
you're
right at the moment,
but do you?
Wait, so you're differentiating.
Okay, so no, that's
the-
not capital.
between
No,
but it can actually.
He's
be.
using the gun to provide security for himself and his family.
Right.
That's a business expense.
Katie's I think what he's arguing is the differentiation between personal and private property. But then is that so or
Not necessarily. Not
Not
necessarily.
necessarily. Then what do you mean?
I mean the definition of capital is something that's used to make money. So
Yes,
so
but that's
making
the
My
money.
body is a capital good.
But that's the distinction that Marxists.
Yes. No. Wait. Your
Marxists
body is a
often
capital
use.
good.
It-
That's.
Well, you gotta
Right.
spend money to
But
make money.
wouldn't
Hold on.
Marx-
Someone said.
I said it. My body is a capital good.
What's,
That's what we're all
what's interesting is
capitalists
that
now.
Yeah. No.
This,
No. But
this is all like a segue. But
your
you,
body is a capital.
Kathy, do you remember where it started when I said that the central bank is socialist? But what point was I making before that? Before we went down this all too common rabbit hole of like arguing over what is socialism and what isn't.
You were making the point that America has a libertarian culture because Anglo culture had it, and
No.
the central bank came into being because or we had a transition to socialism because a centralization of the United States using things like railroads and such to make it easier to bring stuff places to, and also exercise government authority other places.
Yes. So the topography established the possibility for what I call socialism, and you don't want to. But let's call it centralization, government centralization.
Sure.
Now our disagreement is resolved. Do you reject that hypothesis?
I mean,
There's nothing. Wait one moment.
I have
I'll explain. Wait one moment.
disagreements, but
I can explain how it's connected. The original argument made was that the United States is like exclusionary in terms of the culture currently in the world, and the Constitution is valuable, and we agree in this to some extent that it is sort of an exclusive place. But I'm trying to explain why it is exclusive in the past, so that we can predict why it won't be exclusive in the future and do something about it. And so my prediction is as follow. It wasn't like some magic word culture that made people more free. It was literally it is culture of like society, but also it was established by hundreds of years of a certain type of topography. So for
yes, dialectics.
400 years of topography. Oh yeah, I don't know. It's of topography in England, which were the capitalist topography of having necessarily trade-based, uncontrollable trade-based market, because you couldn't stop the ships from coming. You didn't have enough, naval power for that. And then when this naval power came into existence towards the end of the 18th century, we see rebellions against the central power and new frontiers get established. One of them is the United States. Yeah. But then the United States undergoes a similar transformation. And now we have the new topography where people can all be under one state, and a single state can control the entire country as the CIA does. And so we have that. Now, what would it take to reverse that process? Is it like some magic culture that we have here?
A vanguard party with a socialist revolution.
Well,
vanguard.
Well, here's a question: if if you have a vanguard party, what stops that vanguard party of abusing their power as a vanguard party? What
Topography. Only topography stops them. That's the reality. When you have a vanguard party in a chain of like islands where everybody is using boats, it'll likely actually remain quite anarchist because physically it cannot punish the senders. But if it can physically chase down and punish and imprison the senders, it will, because that's how power works.
Technically speaking, the Libertarian Party is now operating as a vanguard party after the Mises takeover. It's a different kind of class analysis, but technically speaking, people who are in the Mises caucus are usually the vanguard of the non-statist class, if you will, in libertarian terms. So it's actually a funny reason why in New Hampshire there's the vanguard flag for the libertarians who are part of the Free State Project. But basically, right, the Mises Caucus is a scholarly caucus on building on based on very established and not vague, clear ideals of libertarianism based on a fully fleshed out philosophy, right? So that makes them the vanguard, quote unquote.
Well, of course, well, in that sense, vanguard would mean that an intellectual front for intellectual leaders in that sense.
And isn't that the end goal of anarcho-capitalism anyway?
No, wait.
But
Wait. So, well, that would mean vanguard overall. But if we have a vanguard socialist party that is in power, which means that they have state control, and since they are a vanguard party and the socialists, there are no other parties because socialism is so great and such. So,
well, I mean, there is other parties, but they're like subsects of the Vanguard Party, and they represent different.
Then they're part of that Vanguard Party. But wait, hold on. So you're arguing for a party structure in which there's the Vanguard Party, and the party has little more other organizations, which then represent different classes in the society. So, for example, like different jobs or something like that.
This just sounds like Nasserism.
You'll have a
Katie over here trying to argue for the Fourth Reich.
You'll have a party for.
Or her, sorry.
You'll have a party. You'll have a party of intellectuals. You'll have a party of farmers, a party of workers, and a party of service workers.
Well, wait. Let me quickly get.
This is literally 1960s Egypt. I'm not even joking. This is Nasserism.
Actually, I base it off of
blades. Helicopter blades.
I base it off.
Sounds like the worst
I base it
idea.
off of I base it off of the German Democratic Republic slightly, but
like that one with the funny mustache man, yes.
No, I'm fairly sure that's a different one.
That's a different one.
You mean the republic that preceded Hitler? Yeah, that went really well.
The East Germany, yes.
It went so well.
The East Germany
to prevent people from leaving. That's how good it was. That's how.
That was built by the Liberal Party.
When the wall fell, when the wall came down, which side did people run to?
Oh my God.
Western Germany, because for the most part, the East Germany economy was a failure due to several factors, but also mostly their incompetence. I'm not gonna lie. Also, they literally just allowed the bourgeoisie to exist and do a bunch of stuff. Anyway, it's stupid. They didn't take the right approach to it, and it ended up collapsing.
I need to read a excerpt from a book. The result of the election, announced on July 15, clearly proved that the Council of the Nation would provide a forum for various sections of the Egyptian middle class. The successful candidates included 16 ministers, 3 undersecretaries of the state, 46 lawyers, 46 farmers, 40 village omdis, 33 army officers, 20 physicians, 20 high officials, 4 business owners, 2 radio announcers, 1 sheik, 9 industrialists, 15 landowners, 14 police officers, 12 engineers, 9 professors, 10 merchants, 8 magistrates, 8 journalists, 5 sheiks el balad, 4 assistant accountants, 4 pharmacists, 2 women, 7 clerical employees of the Women Party with 2 members.
2 women. 2 women.
You can't say we don't believe in women's right to vote. We gave 2 of them the right to vote.
So I just got a book out of my book stash. So I just read a section of it. The machinery for controlling the general policy of industry and finance, of the creating of prices, the adjusting of working conditions, the remuneration of labor, and above all, for providing industry with a direct route along which to travel and develop, will be centralized in a National Council of Industry, a Parliament of Industry, representative of all sections of the community engaged in productivity, which will have the expert assistance of leaders of science, sociology, technicians, and accountants elected by the individual industrial corporations. This council will be in supreme charge of industrial policy.
Hold up, wait, this is Nazi Germany.
Will have statutory effect. No. This is not Nazi Germany. This is from the book Fascism for the Million by Oswald Mosley.
English.
Yep.
Well, not Nazi.
He's English.
Same thing.
I'm not English.
He's English.
Honestly, it could be a chapter from Das Kapital and nobody would notice.
Hey, actually, Das Kapital is just written as a critique of capitalist economy.
Sorry, then it will be found in the demands by the Socialist Party.
Allow me to grab my favorite co-reader companion to I have 2 books that are my favorite co-reader companions to Das Kapital. Right here, I have The Progressive Era by Rothbard, and right here, I have Man, Economy, and State with Power in the Market.
So I still think we haven't done. I want to go back to the economic calculation problem because I've had this graph on screen for a little while.
I can't read.
Are you able to?
For putting
you can't see the stream.
It's on the stream.
Okay, I will post it in.
Katie,
I'll post the image in VC
either.
The problem is Katie
can't
won't
see
be
it.
able to see it. Well, yes, put it in the text chat.
Can you see this image? I'll post it in the VC text.
I won't be able to see. I won't be able to see anything in text chat. I'm talking to you
You
from
can't
my Xbox right now.
Oh,
literally.
Okay.
So I can.
Yeah, he's disrespecting us, but as I've predicted, what Fab Kraunik did in his brilliant way is he took the entire 5-minute video from Learn Liberty about the ECP and he compressed it into 1 image out of that video.
I don't think I've even watched that video.
But I've literally.
Well, you were original then, but I guess two great minds think alike. It's literally the same graph.
Okay. Anyway, let me describe. Let me describe what I have on screen.
Hold on. If you're just
okay, go ahead.
The Learn for Liberty one, I literally have that video basically memorized, so you can just.
I don't
use. That
If you have it memorized,
it's
but I don't.
Word.
No, it's not the 2 railroads. It's something completely different. Okay.
Okay.
No, it's the 2 cars, but these are the 2. Stop.
Okay. All right. Okay.
If the communists is on to us, you can proceed.
Okay. So here I have 2 lines of production. Line of production 1 requires 4 steel, 1 power tool, and 16 man-hours of labor. It produces 1 motor vehicle per hour. Line 2 uses 4 steel, 3 power tools, and 4 robots. It produces 1 motor vehicle per hour. Which line of production is most value productive?
Problem.
No, it's not the knowledge
It's
problem.
just the knowledge problem.
No, it's not the knowledge problem.
No, it's the economic calculation problem. The knowledge problem is dealing with can you completely aggregate, can you effectively aggregate all of the things that people want. So basically the knowledge problem is dealing with what should we produce, in a sentence. That's what it's dealing with. The economic calculation problem is dealing with how do we go about producing these things. So
Yeah,
Chronic here has an example.
Wait,
Chronic here has an
this
example of
is-
two
I
lines of
thought-
production where they produce the same number of motor vehicles per hour. How do you select
And let's say
between them?
we know that people want motor vehicles. We have the perfect we have plugged chips into people's brains. They can tell us exactly that they want motor vehicles.
I can give you.
Which
I
line
can
of
give you an
production
answer.
is most valuable?
One moment. One moment.
Okay.
Okay, you go. You go.
Go ahead.
About to say, I was about to say that I think that the knowledge problem would be a more accurate, or a better argument against socialism, because there's no way it's this simple, because the answer would just be dependency matrix. Like you.
What's a
literally-
dependency
okay,
matrix?
What?
It's a
so
magic
it's
thing that
where
he will
you-
explain in a moment. But before he does, I have to say that the obvious problem, the obvious solution, is the one with the most labor, because I want people to be in factories, because that's the tradition. That's how people belong in factories, okay, not robots. And I want people to suffer in factories because some people are too dumb for other type of work. So I will definitely.
Guys, you monster.
Okay.
I shall create
I'll reform.
jobs by giving the builders spoons.
I will here. I reform my ideology. How about this? What if we simply grow babies in tubes, right? And then inject alcohol into their bloodstream while they're developing, so they come out retarded. But also, right, while they're children, we develop them to have a great joy attached to menial labor. So we have a class of stupid people who don't know anything, but they still love doing menial labor, right? And then they take all the jobs that no one else wants to do, but they still want to do.
Oh,
right?
no.
And then we have a progressing
A Brave New World thing.
Oh no.
have literally said.
And if copyright existed,
create socialists.
see, you're right. And if copyright existed, then Aristotle would sue everybody from the grave for that one.
Oh my god. Okay, hang on. So the economic calculation problem is specifically how do you select which line of production is most value productive? So let's say we know people want motor cars, right? We know that for a fact. It is
value productive. For me, I'm a little stupid.
So value productive produces the greatest utility for the user, for the consumer, right? So that would be and because we know that utility or value is subjective, this depends on the user, right? But but we can determine that as a general fact, when people use something, they intend to use it, they have some kind of value they gain from it. How do you determine which line of production here is most value productive?
Very simple. Let whatever factory is doing it decide what they want to do.
That doesn't solve the problem. What if I decide? Hang on. Okay, so I'm running a factory. I decide I want to do it with robots, but how do I know that this is more value productive than doing it with workers? How can I be certain of that? I need to be able to know this because I want to be the most value productive factory for our great nation. My queen, my socialist commissar. Go ahead, please. Go ahead, please. I'm sorry.
Anyway, but basically, right? So what if? All right. So it's not about dependency on different resources that need to be used. Is that correct? This is not what it's about.
Well, no, it's just about what produces the most value for consumer, right? Which of these lines of production for the person.
It's completely fucking subjective. So why don't you just take feedback from customers and then apply it through trial and error to your specific factory?
Well, here's the thing: the customers. When I produce a motor car and I don't sell it, right? Because we're doing socialist production. We're not selling. We're giving it out. It's the same motor car at the end.
Right.
So at the end, they both get the same satisfaction from it. But obviously, these are different lines of production. They have different inputs and different costs in different areas. So they're not necessarily they can't. There's no way to them. How are they going to know which of these lines of productions reduces their utility in different ways?
I don't understand. If you're producing the exact same car, all right, where is the issue, Lang? Because you said it wasn't in
One of them is
materials
inefficient,
using that
right?
can't be
One of them is
used
more
elsewhere.
efficient than the other. So because we have scarce means in
Well, you could
society,
just
we have to
measure.
economize these scarce means, right? Or else we're being wasteful and we're going to run out, right? So we have to economize these scarce means. Took a lot of work to get these means. Which one is more efficient, right? This is what we need to understand here. This is what the ECP is all about. The socialist has no way of answering this question. Absolutely no way, because they don't have profit loss calculations, right? This is the fundamental problem here. How do you choose between these different lines of production?
Right. Okay. So if it's about scarcity of resources, then you would just get
Less scarce
analyze
bundle?
data from all the different industry.
From every industry.
What do you say?
Yeah, we solved
from
the
every industry.
Okay, so what we need is some
of
sort of mechanism
okay
to determine which one is more efficient.
Wait. I think you're right. We have these matrices. You see, what we do is we assign a matrix to every single unit that we produce, right? And what we do is we allow people to determine how much of a certain matrix they will give for a certain unit of production, right? And then the other person can say, I am accepting this many matrices for this unit. And so people just sort of,
you know what, Casimir, that would solve the problem. Like that's correct. Like this would solve the problem. Like I can't believe I've been so blind this whole time.
It's not demonstrated preference.
Those are not the right matrices. Please explain what a matrix is, except the movie.
Okay, I mean in the mathematical sense. Do you
Okay, let me draw your matrix.
So I can so a matrix is an object in mathematics. So the mistake being made here is to treat human action as if it's the study of mathematics, when it's not. It's the study of human action.
I've drawn a matrix.
Social science.
How do I apply this matrix to economics? I've drawn this matrix.
Katie is gone.
Yeah, so we have this matrix just A, B, C, D, E, F, H, I, J, whatever.
Yeah, we lost Katie.
Well, I mean, this whole original thing was about Meta Prime, not Katie.
He's just been chilling and eating popcorn the whole time.
Okay, now I have to check which. Now I actually want to know which line of production is the most efficient here. Let's see. Okay, so 4 steel. That's gonna be 8, 16. Was it 24? All right.
I want to note something. Did you remember the lecture by Jeremy Kaufman about how if you make an environment sufficiently unwelcoming for communists, they will sort of leave on their own. You don't have to evict them.
I do not, but that's a very good idea. I like it.
Yes. Completely unrelated. Just a thought.
I can't believe that she just bitched out like that, though. Like,
oh, come on, that's not cool. The person left. You can't do this. You can't shoot in the back. That's what a communist would do.
What if the entire house just spontaneously combusted?
Well, then I guess she better get a hold of the market and get a better house.
No, but that's
it's market forces.
That's bourgeoisie exploitation.
Yeah, that's bourgeois exploitation.
Yeah.
Damn.
You see, you call the Libertarian Fire Department, which, according to a certain very smart individual that recently wrote a book about it, always chooses to wait out and let the house burn down.
Yeah.
So they can buy it on the cheap, because of course that's what the market.
Okay.
Which one was more efficient, Chronic?
Well, okay, I've determined that the one which uses robots requires $73, and the one which uses workers requires $43 in production. So my car would have to net me back at least $74 or above $73 to justify the use of the robot production line.
And you'd get even more if you used humans.
Make it at least. That's true.
Like, a lot of people don't understand this point. Like, the minimum wage has just completely warped our understanding of these things. Like, cheap labor, it's very cheap. Right? You can get humans to work
it's only because
cheap.
my humans are worth $1 an hour. Like, man hours of labor is $1. If I let's raise the minimum wage.
Yeah, raise the minimum wage to
Actually,
$7.
I've raised the minimum wage to $15 an hour. All right, now that I've raised the minimum wage to $15.
Katie came in here and disrupted this whole thing. We were having a nice discussion about whether or not the state was necessary, and then this.
All right, so I need $24 for my steel. I need 1 power tool, so I need $3.
You're gonna be debating
And now
her sugar daddy.
So you got 16 by 15. I can just do that on my calculator.
16 by 15. I don't have the brain power for that
That's
one.
240.
By the way, while you're doing this, I
Yeah.
have accepted the request to unmute Queen Maga with some instructions. Hopefully, it will. I will hover over your name, sir or ma'am.
$267.
Please don't make me hit the kick button.
No,
Okay.
it's
and
so
mess
much
the
more
stream up.
efficient because the people are getting paid more.
You're welcome.
The people are getting paid more, so it's more efficient. It's real.
You see, it's class warfare to go for the
It's in
robots.
economics, don't you see the numbers? They're up.
Yeah, girl, line went up.
Line went up.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's allow Queen Maga to engage, please.
All right. So the reason why I'm a militant libertarian, it's because I've noticed that our country is becoming socialist. We have inflation. We have a socialist president, and we have a high military spending. And most of our people who represent the weapons industry are women. People who represent our country are women. We have women in House of Representatives. We have women in so
Okay, I understand. I understand. It's about women. I get it. Women. If there are any women here, you're at fault. Please be less of a woman. I think that's the message.
Hang on, Queen Mega, aren't you a woman?
Oh my. Okay. So his argument is that we need a violent revolution, which
we need to
think
kill
most of us
people.
disagree.
Let's be careful with if there's going to be any advocacy of any violence. Let's not go down that route.
Listen carefully, everyone. I am a federal agent. I am watching all of you right now. I'm inputting all of your data into the CIA database.
Yeah,
All right. Okay. So let's also just stop the soundboarding.
Soundboards.
Yeah. If you use the soundboard, I'm just going to mute you.
Sometimes I find the soundboards a bit distracting when I'm trying to explain in my stance.
Yes, limit your explanations to like 30 seconds of gripping us with something we don't know, and then extend it slowly over time. Do you have anything new?
I take a militant stance when it comes to libertarianism because I noticed that the left has already struck first, and they have been striking hard. We haven't been putting much of a fight.
Okay, that's what we're arguing over. Thank you.
They've been striking for 200 years. I don't think that throwing out any moral principle and just attacking people is a solution.
Yeah, and that's
a solution would be a counter economy. Okay, I think that's incredibly based, non-violent, moral.
We have to see inflation.
Yeah,
first.
damn right it is.
Yeah.
Can I jump in?
Communist countries, I've noticed that the reason why their economy is so bad is because they print more dollars or euros or rubles or rupees. Because the reason why they do that is so they can distribute currency to more people. Because of equality, they believe that they have to pay their workers equally, which they have to distribute the money. Sometimes it's not enough to go around, so they have to print more bills, which devalues the currency.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, but there's a small correction. We have an equitable way of distributing money. So the way it's equitable is when, Nancy Pelosi's husband and the corporations he invests in get 9 out of every, tenths, and then 1/10 goes to the poor schlob that quote unquote voted on it. Yes, it's called equitable distribution of equity.
But the way America does socialism is different than the way other countries do socialism. America does socialism through a liberal mixed market economy, and the way it implements it, they keep people in debt so people become dependent on the government.
Well, almost every single country has a
America is a
mixed
country,
market
but it's
economy.
not hard socialism; it's soft socialism.
It's soft socialism.
Wait, it's socialism is just government
Yeah,
control.
Socialism is socialism.
Socialism.
Yeah, no, it's soft socialism
yeah.
because they don't march in the street with with trench coats and execute people on sight. So
Oh.
technically,
They're
it's
not wearing the
Yeah.
Nazi flags on their
Do not
arms
have a
anymore.
Yeah, it only happens. Yeah, it
No,
only
no,
happens
no,
in
no,
foreign
no.
countries. That's where it's true socialism.
Yeah.
You're right.
don't have.
So are you an
hardcore
ANCAP?
where we're getting shot by soldiers in the streets. We're not there yet, but we're going to get there soon. Because they're going to disband the Republican Party, and then they're going to do a one-party system like China, and that's not going to happen all right away. It's going to happen slow. They're going to get for China, then they're going to establish a female
But the Republican Party want that too, right?
The majority of the
Even if we want to
And the cops aren't doing that?
this does not prove that.
Like
Okay, that's
like the Republican Party want also control. So I don't see how they're fighting for anarcho-capitalism, right?
Yeah, like
the Republican Party.
they're all part of the establishment.
It's because
Yeah.
of high-time
One
preference.
future Republican Party could be a puppet opposition candidate that's just there for the lulls, or it could be disbanded entirely.
So you mean like in the what is it in English?
Like,
GDR. So like in the GDR with the other parties that were just sort of puppet parties by the SEG.
I can actually work with this. So we have a great enemy right now, which is the super aggressive state of Russian Federation that challenged the entire universe, in fact, and is invading Ukraine. It's like an actual tragedy. And what Russia has, it has like a United Russia party is the official party that like wins all the elections. But they also have controlled opposition. They have like their version of like the Liberal Party, their old version of the Republican Party. In fact, if you try to register a new party, what they will do is they will register another party under the same name, and then cancel yours and say that you're like didn't sign some paperwork and whatever. So they have a fully controlled political system, very similar to the United States, in fact, and they have elections, and they're actually digitizing their elections now, so they become more efficient, if you know what I mean.
More efficient in getting the people's opinion.
Yeah, I mean, America's going to have a system where either they might do away with the Republican Party entirely, or it's just going to be a puppet opposition party. We're just going to get some goofball to be the opposition, or they're probably going to get someone to be the evil white fascists, just to look goofy on stage, and then.
Oh, we recently had that. Don't if you guys seen those videos of the marching black and red guys with like the rune tattoos all over their faces that just happen to have democratic operatives renting them real estate, on accident.
GDL, all that. It's a controlled opposition, man. The GDL is not.
You know that it's the knowledge problem. How could we possibly know where all those democratic funds are going?
Yeah.
How? The main problem with the alt-right, it's a gay op. Like their leaders.
Whoa! Please, slow down on the style, please. Let's use the proper language.
Is this not a free?
Whoa! Okay, there we go. That's a mute. That's a violation. Disallow. We're not talking about car parts here.
Is Zulu still streaming?
Can we talk about?
Yeah, Zulu's still streaming too.
Oh my
God! Even if the reality is as
no, don't worry. He was talking about car parts. It's fine.
We're getting nuked.
We're dead. We're dead.
Zulu's away from the fucking thing too.
Look, the fire already in my house.
Zulu's away from the computer too. Shit. I probably didn't even hear that.
No, it's fine. I'll give him this timestamp. He will clean up the stream afterwards. He can do it.
Oh my god.
It's a. I mean.
Oh my god!
Wait, is that night shift? Are you doing this?
Griffin.
Jesus.
Okay,
Queen,
no
it's
more
not-
of that. Not even a
understand what you
hint.
believe in.
Everyone
Like-
just needs to chill out. I mean,
Yeah. Like Queen, I still don't understand what do you believe in. Are you like an ANCAP or
No, Queen.
libertarian?
Queen is officially server muted for breaking the server rules. Sorry,
Okay.
and it's going to be permanent probably.
Yeah, if he doesn't get banned.
We're good.
Yes.
What he said?
Doesn't matter. We talked about I'm not talking about car parts or where people like to shove certain things. Okay.
I want to know what government
Actually-
program me.
Actually, Cass, I'm gonna take it a little bit further than you on that one. I'm actually gonna mute him within the server itself because he's just muted from talking.
Okay,
in
that's
the-
fine.
Okay.
Whew. I didn't click server mute. Okay, whatever. Write down the timestamp. It's 2:45, and I'll help scan if needed.
Yeah.
Jesus.
But I don't see a way that he's not gonna get kicked after that. So I mean, this is just temporary. Anyway.
Yeah. This is the helicopter on the way to.
Yeah. The helicopter on the way down into the fucking river now.
Just to deliver him outside of our territory, of course. Nothing nefarious.
Yeah.
Aww.
No, we're taking him to a class on economics.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, that'd be great. I'm still upset that Katie got in here and started having this big old discussion with you, Cass, and then just fucking bitched out.
No, it's
Yeah.
fine. People have a limited amount of time.
Yeah, look, if I have to depart, like, I can't stay on my Xbox on Discord all day. Mostly because I don't have an Xbox.
Listen, it's very good when you're in the middle of a conversation to depart as if you were kicked. That's like perfect style.
And her point on using math is so retarded. Like, how would you calculate, for example, investment? Like, I could buy an apple, right? Because and like eat an apple just because I enjoy apples, or I could eat an apple just to become a bodybuilder and invest in my body.
Oh no, that's ridiculous. There are no numbers involved.
Yeah.
I fucking love that crap. That's hilarious. Did you just make this like in a second?
No, I had that saved.
All right.
There's-
There's also live chat, by the way. I'm reading up. I'm sorry, I neglected that part.
I never pay attention. I'm the best moderator because I never pay attention. I'm like a police officer who just lets the criminals walk past. That's me.
Exactly. That's called a volunteer, by the way.
No, they get a donut or something. They throw it in the other direction. Start chasing it.
That's not possible, Liquid Zulu. That's a lie. That's a lie. Liquid Casimir starts speaking, viewership spikes. Complete correlation.
No causation, none whatsoever. I don't know. You're a pretty smart guy. I think you probably drive up some
Oh,
numbers.
no.
Yeah.
No, it's probably just the length of the stream. We're hitting the sweet spot for YouTube. It's like, what are these guys doing there?
I gotta
And
prepare
somebody's
more for
watching
my.
that?
I gotta prepare more for my argument. I'll be debating Zulu here on the 23rd over the
About what?
easements.
Maurice, let's vote on whether to ban that guy. Yeah, sure we will.
Democracy can win.
Democracy, yes.
Finally.
Well, hold on now. Is it democracy or is it just ostracization by the rest of the Covenant community?
Yeah, physical.
Democracy.
Depends on if we
Democracy
vote.
I remember having this conversation in general with what's his name, Free Market Enjoyer, and he was like, "Are you pro-democracy?" And then I said, "Okay, is it democracy in the sense that we vote to elect a state representative? In which case, I'm against all states. But is it democracy in the case where like a group of people agree to abide by a decision that they make via voting?" And I'm like, there's nothing wrong with that inherently.
Zulu, you're gonna have to edit some stuff out at this stream.
Yes, around 2 hours 45 minutes roughly, we had mentions of car parts by a certain someone. Very briefly, but still probably edit worthy.
All right.
If you can't find it, I'll help because I heard it.
Thank you.
Oh, he's in the YouTube chat now too. Well, we're just gonna
Get rid of them from all
we're just gonna do
platforms.
that.
Hoist
Yeah.
him into the sea with all the tea.
Yeah, no, we got mad at the person who like broke the local rules. Yeah, I'm sorry. Just told you the rules, including in private. Told you not to say that thing, and then you didn't, and now you're gone. Bye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Empress Mega VR in the YouTube section and whatever the hell Queen Mega whatever.
Queen Maga, yeah. And probably find the user ID.
I've got to ask, were you asking if I was an ANCAP or what?
No, it was probably directed at the other guy.
That was probably directed to Mega.
But that's suspicious. You should answer that.
Well, no. No, I just posted a video. It was that tier list video I did just recently. That pretty much goes into a lot of detail into what I believe in. So, if you want to know what my political views are, just watch that.
Night shift up early today.
Oh yeah.
So Zulu, you gotta go up against Alistair here soon, though, right? Is he
Oh,
your next
yeah.
one, or is he the one after?
I can check. Hold on. Well,
Yeah,
Alistair isn't about the tournament that I'm doing. The tournament I'm doing, well, I don't know.
Right, I know.
Who I would potentially be going up next. So yes, Alistair is the next debate I've got scheduled. That is on the 16th.
Okay, gotcha.
I imagine that's on the.
Then
Yeah,
debate
that'll be.
panel.
Well, and
sure.
that's who I was talking about that I called Katie Sugar Daddy was Alistair, because Alistair's
Yeah.
the one that invited Katie in, and Katie got here first, I guess, before he dipped.
And
Yeah,
Alistair's
Alistair's
pronouns
also
is he,
not
him.
But I have a feeling you're gonna wind up seeing a bunch of the same fucking arguments that you just saw with Katie here in a
Yeah.
little bit.
Yeah, probably. So it should be easy enough.
Well,
Yeah.
Alistair advocates for sort of labor voucher system, but obviously it's flawed because it's reliant on the labor theory of value, which, isn't so hard to debunk.
Zulu's been doing this for so long now. It's not going to be an issue for him to get past that labor theory of value. He's done it a couple different times now, I'm pretty sure, if memory serves.
Yeah.
If you want to hear the LTV properly obfuscated in a debate, you should watch something by like maybe 5 years ago, maybe 7 years ago by Angstrike, like him against A or something like that. He's one. I don't know if he's the best LTV debater, but he's one of the best obfuscators. Like absolute slippery.
Can you post that person into the VC chat or something? So I can look at it later.
But I mean, that being the case, though, it being an ECP debate, I don't think you're going to have any issue taking that home. That's going to be in the bag, I think.
Yeah.
I'm kind of upset that we got all mixed around on what we were doing. I was having a nice conversation with fucking Meta over states and whatnot, and then fucking Katie opened her goddamn mouth and then ran away.
Are they still here or did they leave? Are they still here or did they leave?
I don't know if they're
They're
still on the server. I
server.
haven't checked. Yeah, they just left the conversation. But no, I was going to talk to you a little bit about that one, Casimir, because like I hadn't considered the topography aspect of why America might be so libertarian. I always consider it more of like a philosophical standpoint, where people from America were more informed on like the Enlightenment principles rather than
What is meant by topography?
Topography would be like the landscape,
The geographical
geography.
So the geographical conditions.
Yeah.
Is my mic working? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. I just want to ask a little question, which like stuck up to my mind for a while ago. I'm new to reading all about libertarian theory and shit like that. I'm pretty interested in economics, and I stumbled upon like classical socialist works like by theorists like Pierre Leroux and Benjamin Tucker and shit like that, and they all supported a sort of socialism that is organic and voluntary within the market economy. And I just want to ask Zula what he thinks about that. He said that voluntary socialism is a contradiction, but I kind of want him to elaborate because I didn't quite understand it.
Sure. So these classical theorists like Pierre Joseph Proudhon and etc. etc. I call them proto-anarchists. The reason for this is because they didn't have praxeology back then. They were stuck in this old understanding of economics. So Springtime of Nations has a video going over the marginalist revolution and how it completely innovated anarchist thought. So, like, the core flaw of these proto-anarchists like Proudhon is that they have the labor theory of value, so they identify exploitation where it actually isn't present, because they didn't have any sort of notion of mutual profit or anything like that. And also they just don't have a property theory. They are very vague with what it means to rule other people or be a criminal. These are very core concepts, very important concepts for anarchism, which they just did not have any proper grounding at all for. And you get that grounding from praxeology, which is Murray Rothbard's big innovation to anarchism.
That's actually very specific because sorry, my bad. I've been reading about these and I saw these kind of vague symbols, sorry, places like
Be very quiet.
my but I don't think that these flaws and problems like are contradictory to their definitions of socialism back then. I mean, even in the classical times, socialism didn't mean like full worker control of the means of production. It just meant like a social system, like a system based on the common good and shit like that. I guess that's why a lot of socialists back then did support the free market, like Robert Owen, Pierre Joseph Proudhon, and Benjamin Tucker.
Sorry, I mean, what's the upshot of that? Maybe I just didn't.
I didn't hear you.
What's the
What'd you
upshot
say?
of what you just said there? I didn't maybe glob on to the right part.
I didn't understand that, my bad.
So like an upshot of something would be like, what's the takeaway of what you said there in relation to the conversation?
Oh, I'm just asking about your opinion on the systems that they promoted, which is a system based on mutual aid and mutual assistance, and that's just that. I just wanted to ask your opinion about it.
Sure. I mean, I think mutual aid is a fine enough thing. Insurance, you could say, is a form of mutual aid. It's people coming together and agreeing on a system where they will help each other given some specific circumstances. I have no problem with that. I think such a thing you should expect to form in the market.
What happened now? I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
and a lot of like former like classical socialists like Pierre Leroux and Pierre Joseph Proudhon actually defined socialism as sort of like an economic method, or like just a social organization that expands the idea of the commons within society, economic commons.
Yeah, I mean, there's one of the Springtime of Nations core founders, like there's two of them. He says that you could legitimately call anarcho-capitalism national socialism if you have the Tuckerite understanding of socialism and some other specific understanding of nationalism. Which
Yeah,
is
exactly. I've seen like almost all of Springtime of Nations videos, but ironically, I thought they were the same person.
That's quite a definition trap there. What?
Yeah, it's like a joke that, like, if you stretch these definitions enough, you can basically define polar opposites by the same term.
Yeah, I mean, I was for a while in my life, I was a socialist, and I supported like compulsory forms of socialism, like Marxism, Leninism. Even became a quote unquote ANCOM for a while. But I stumbled upon Mises.org and all that shit, and I realized how fucked up economically we are. I still do call myself a socialist, like in regards to the classical definition, but now that just made me look like a fucking pick-me for ANCAPs for most of this time around. which is kind of embarrassing, honestly. Which is kind of embarrassing.
There is the colloquial understanding of socialism, which is, oh, it's the word is social, and we like social things like social gatherings and a society and social things.
Yeah.
So therefore,
sorry to
socialism
interrupt you.
has to be, if you take social gatherings and like having drinks with your friends, and you sort of rub it on on isms. But what is this magical ism that we're rubbing it with? Oh, it's the same ism in fascism. It's the ism of a political system. But then it becomes a different meaning, which it becomes groups claiming control over things, and those things happen to be, if you like explain what the language actually means, if you go through what are the how they call them, the basic principles, and you find out that it's actually other people. The other people are the means of production.
Exactly. And here's the thing: it actually evolved just the same way that you said it. Pierre Louvaux, which is the first person that quote unquote invented the term socialism in his book Individualism, Socialism. He actually defined socialism in a footnote in his book. He said that socialism is the exaggeration of the idea of society and of association. Afterwards, after the word socialism became aligned with political movements, he said that he's a socialist if the one that says socialism means a system that sacrifices neither liberté, égalité, fraternité, and unity. So it did evolve, like all languages do. Yeah, basically.
Yeah, well, I'm a socialist if socialism is anarcho-capitalism.
Yeah,
exactly. That was the case.
This is a common trope from like the Soviet Union. They even have like a joke song about it. We're for everything that's good and against everything that's bad. I mean, who wouldn't be, right?
So like, if the present system is capitalism, then I'm a socialist, I guess.
Well, actually,
I unironically said that. I unironically said that to a socialist who was like, I can't stomach anyone who looks at the current system and doesn't look at it with horror. Like, she said the current capitalist system. I'm like, okay, if the current system is capitalism, then call me anything but a capitalist. I'm not. I am not.
No, seriously.
Current system.
I mean, according to the classical socialists who actually defined what capitalism means, I think that the first person that defined what capitalism was this French socialist theorist. His name is Louis Blanc, if I said that name correctly. He said that capitalism is the accumulation of capital by some people while excluding the others. Basically, this massive wealth inequality. But afterwards, the definition changed into just the private ownership of the means of production, which actually just makes me think about something. Like, most socialists today that support the cooperative movement and like worker cooperatives and shit, that's still a form of private property. Like a cooperative isn't like public property for everyone.
Well, it depends. If you check Liquid Zulu's response to Tick, he goes over, and I think in Socialism is Impossible as well in that video. What?
I've seen the Socialism.
I mean, socialism's possible if you kill everyone.
Well, no. The idea is that it's like the group ownership. So there's ways under ANCAP to simulate group ownership, but these are ways that have not been fully, let's say, explored by anything I've read so far. Maybe I'm not reading enough.
Are you just talking about like the contract theory, though?
Yes, I'm talking about the contract theory that you can do this thing where you invent a bunch of rules and you have like a person who owns the territory or like owns the whatever it is, but like the company, let's say. But if they disobey the rules, then there's a list of people, and the next person becomes the ruler, like the owner. And so technically, they have like sole ownership, but they are limited by that contract. And so, in some sense, one of the contract stipulations might be you have to do whatever the group's vote, the group votes about. And so you can sort of. If this within the rules and the rules have to be like specific and the vote is about a specific thing described in the rules, you're sort of locked into following that.
Yeah. I still sort of like call myself a socialist, but like emphasizing more emphasizing on voluntarism and the free market, just because like it stands for many classical principles that I just seem very valuable to just let go. But overall, I agree that modern forms of socialism, or like socialism after Marx as a whole, is just an economic suicide method.
I would say that Casimir was correct to sort of zone in on this group ownership problem as a pretty fundamental problem with socialism. Because it's not like, and a lot of libertarian theorists make this mistake, and I believe I'm the first person to make explicit why exactly group ownership is just a complete impossibility. Because if you have a group of people who are all, A through Z, who are all said to own a given stick, then how on earth are you going to resolve conflicts within that group, where A wants to use a stick for spearfishing, B wants to use a stick for non-spearfishing, right? You can't resolve this conflict. Like, it's just the identification of the point of property is to resolve conflicts. Insofar as you have group property, it's impossible to resolve conflicts, because the whole point of property is to distinguish owner from non-owner. But if the reductio case would be
I think
the reductio case would just be group property over
similar to what
everything,
Zulu just
right?
said.
And then you just have non-property at that point. If you have group property over everything in the universe, then you just clearly have non-property, right? That's like the reductio case.
I think that Rothbard says something like, I'm not sure though.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely implicit in previous people. Like, I mean, Hopper will describe a property right as an exclusive right of ownership. Kinsella will do the same thing. But I don't think it's been made explicit before me why it has to be exclusive.
And there's an importance to that, which is the idea that a lot of people have this misconception, and a lot of libertarians actually, when they say, well, listen, they can just like resolve the conflict by voting on it, or like by having a mini democracy within this corporation. But in reality, it doesn't answer the fundamental question, which is, we want our theory. Now, connecting to reality is always difficult, but at least on the theory side, any theoretical piece of property should have a single theoretical owner at any theoretical like time, place, and it should be like known objectively. So if we have like a virtual definition of a company, and it has company owners, it has at any given time t, the formula for ownership should output a single unit, which is the owner, right? If it outputs two things, that is a conflict, therefore the whole thing collapses and it's not what it is. And when this is pointed at existing corporations, it gets libertarian scary, because some corporations do fairly useful capitalistic private property-like things. And so when we point this, accusation at the corporations, they get angsty, like, what, you will not have these complex organizations now because of, some definition that doesn't seem so important to them. But it is important because while like identifying what is specifically owned might be some kind of a like an identity problem that's sort of complex, you cannot have that complexity invade your theory, because then your theory becomes subjective. Identity can be slightly subjective, but theory cannot be subjective, because then you don't have a theory, you have like nothing. So that's the main risk of allowing anything. And their fear of not having complex structures is also unfounded, because, as I've described, you can build something quite complex from the same first principle.
I just have one last question before I go, because it's pretty late for me. I'm from Iraq, by the way, and it's pretty late here. Anyways.
Oh, babe.
Thank you. Either way.
Poor man.
No, not really. Not poor, no. Anyways.
I mean, I'm sorry
shut
for your
up.
country.
America.
I don't even have anything to be sorry for. I'm not an American anyway.
He doesn't have enough time, and he's actually here. The reason I said base is because it's almost a miracle. So I'm like thumbs up, even though it probably.
I'm actually like, I just like came here to see like if there's any criticisms to my ideology and shit like that. I just want to read the truth, because I like since childhood I wanted to contribute something to society at least. And I found out that economics is a passion of mine. Let's just stop making stories about my life, and I'll just ask you a question. Is there any criticisms to my usage of the word socialism? I use it pretty much in a more classical, quote-unquote, like back then in the utopian socialists that even didn't have anything against private property, like Robert Owen and what is his name, Benjamin Tucker, and like what's his name again?
I have
What's up?
It's that in the modern sense, in the modern usage, no one uses it like that. No one uses it to mean
correct.
that.
And
That's the reason why it's a classical definition.
Yeah, and
so
the thing
what
is,
the point of language?
yeah. I didn't hear you.
What do you think the point? What is the point? Like, why are we right now talking right now using the same language?
Why? Just to discuss some things?
Yeah, to
I don't know.
communicate, right?
Yeah.
Push your idea in like the best way possible, right? For the other person to understand, right?
Yeah.
By saying I am a socialist right now, if like I would say 99% of the people agree that socialism equals government control. By saying you're a socialist, that means you want government control over the means of
The
production.
thing is, yeah, I got it. Sorry to interrupt you, but the thing is, and I'm very sorry, but I have very short time. Anyways, I wouldn't mind like having quote unquote multiple ideologies. A lot of political parties do have multiple ideologies, like Communist Party of Russia does have Marxism, Leninism, Christian communism, and shit like that. I don't mind explaining, like, hey, I'm a classical socialist. Oh, what's classical socialism? What's the difference between it and the current one? And I say, oh, I hold the principles of such and such figure, because I think that these principles that they uphold it, of mutual aid and of all the cool shit that they wrote in their books, I think that these principles are exclusive to the term socialism, and I think that they're worth sacrificing some time to elaborate further on my ideology so I don't be misunderstood.
Well, yeah, well, then you would just have to explain it each and every time, because unless
You could just emphasize more on voluntarism, and then they'll understand it.
No, of course, but
Get down.
Most, as the other person has explained, most people wouldn't interpret it like that, at least in the modern day. Therefore, you would need to explain it first, because otherwise, the person you're talking to would completely misinterpret what you want.
The problem is that your term has been conquered twice. So first of all, it is itself an incorrect term that is like an abuse of language, which is the argument from Public versus Private by Tick History, which you should watch, which uses like sources quite a bit older than socialism itself to explain why the way the definition works, like why this has to be the way it's used. But if you use your use, then you're also doing something is you're sort of covering up the history of all the abuse and suffering suffered by people who engaged in this type of activity in the past 100 years. And so we now have a like it's almost the same problem as ANCAPs have with the word anarchism. But the fact that we're combining two toxic words that sort of cancel each other out, anarcho-capitalism, sort of rescues it, because it already creates like a little bit of a dissonance in people.
Yeah,
when they hear that.
again, there's a huge problem.
Brand. Now, if you were to combine socialism with like some other word that would equally clash with it, then like if you called it like anarcho-socialism or something like that, then it would cause enough of an eyebrow raise where I would not say, hey, I sort of disagree with this use. When you just try to say, well, I'm a socialist and I'm supposed to understand that you're not like a slaver, that's very hard of an ask.
Well, let me communicate something. Is that I generally try to avoid like labeling myself. Like here's the thing: I usually think these types of labels are.
You're an anti-labelist.
Either I'm not an anti-label. I mean, maybe I am.
Correct.
The problem is either these labels are usually applied by someone external to you in an attempt to try to not understand your position, but like shorthand, like it's intellectual sloth. Like they're like, oh, you're a socialist, so you believe X, Y, Z, through W through Z things, and I don't have to actually engage with what you're saying. Well, you're a capitalist, like whatever they say. It's a shorthand that basically turns off people's brains, right? I try to actually explain what I believe, explain my point, and then after that, people will actually have to respond to what I'm saying rather than, like read what I said I am and then argue against that. Like Generally, I
but,
just
like,
say, well,
yeah.
I'm against initiation of conflict, or I'm against aggression, and then they actually have to think about what I'm saying rather than saying, well, I'm an anarcho-capitalist. They're like, oh, you just want McDonald's to like send death squads to kill all the poor children.
Yeah,
That's not what I
think that
believe.
what you're saying is correct, but I think it also applies on my usage of the word, classical socialism / mutualism, whatever. I'm currently like in a pretty doubtful situation where I don't know how to represent my classical quote unquote socialist ideas into today's society under a fucking label. But I think a label doesn't matter as much as like principles that you uphold personally. So yeah, I agree with him.
Exactly. Don't use a label.
I
Just
recommend.
explain what you mean.
You had a word earlier. I recommend it. Mutualism.
So
Much better.
Yeah.
So
It's
I'm
much
gonna ask you
better.
a question. Do you agree that this term confuses the majority of people about what
Yeah,
you believe in?
capitalism also does. Yeah, capitalism also does. And
Yeah,
anarchy
I don't
also
use
does. Because
capitalism
anarchy
usually
means
either. 'Cause
chaos for many people.
Yeah.
when I usually talk to Americans, right, if I say capitalism, they think of like Amazon and like McDonald's and the current system. I'm like, okay, well, I'm not a current systemist, so I'm not going to say that to them. I'm going to say I want no government intervention in the economy, or I want non-aggression, or something.
One thing you will find in my Twitter profile. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I was
I
gonna tell.
want a female monarchy. I want us to be ruled by the shackles of political femdom.
By the way,
I tried doing that in a Twitter profile, and I labeled it "free people trading," and this is the key distinction: is when I talk to say prospective philosophy that became a Hegelian, when you ask him why is he a socialist, and he will actually tell you, I'm against free people trading. He will say it's fine to have cooperatives and people working for people working for a cooperative if they're the owner of the company, but as soon as they're a wage laborer, that's exploitation, and therefore he's against free people trading. That's the core of the ideology. Is there a single word that can say free people trading? If there's a single word like that, I will adopt it.
Yeah,
you are right.
They're entirely pro-parasitism. So if you are making money on your own, if you are doing things for yourself, making values for yourself, they're against that, right? Because you're being selfish there, right? They want you to be making values for other people and hoping that other people will make values for you. It's that you're making them on your own. That's what they don't like. When you break it down, they're fundamentally altruists. And this is why Ayn Rand was so important in pointing out exactly why altruism is evil. And it's so pervasive.
Don't tell me you're an objectivist, please.
I am.
Oh, fucking.
By the way, Saladin.
No, hang on. He's not a Rand. He's not just a Randroid. He accepts the objectivist epistemology and some.
As long as he doesn't believe that we should kill all Palestinians for the sake of Jews, then yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
the ARI is completely incorrect about objectivism and its effects on politics and foreign policy and things like this. I was getting into a big old discussion with some guy from the ARI because he made a video on their YouTube channel explaining why, in his words, that the atomic bombings of Japan were a moral good. And I was explaining to him how this makes him a collectivist. And he dodged the debate with me. He said, you have to meet these criteria and then I'll debate you. And I explained how I met all of his criteria, and he refused to debate me. Right? He was adamant I don't have a real name online. So I offered to send him my resume, my full resume with my full name, date of birth, everything. Right? And he just stopped responding.
Not only a collectivist, but a coward.
Yes, not only collectivist, but also a coward.
Yeah.
Either way, I'm gonna. Sorry.
I want to just say one more point. You're contradicting yourself, right? Because you agreed that communication is about finding the best way to communicate or the best way to push your ideas, right? But by saying I am a socialist, you're kind of confusing people, right? Because the majority of people agree that socialism is government control and capitalism is private ownership.
Keep it a moment. Don't call.
That would be a contradiction.
I think what or a piece of advice if he's I don't know, because he muted himself just now, but I think it would be a
All
better
right, I'm
term for
back.
him.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think it would be just a better term if you just used mutualism, because if you are for mutualism, then calling yourself
I
a
am for
mutualist.
like many. Yeah, I'm for the core principle of mutualist
Yes,
philosophy, which
so
is like
then you
mutual.
should probably just call yourself free market mutualist, I guess.
I guess. Either way, I have no time to stay here. Like, I really enjoyed it. By the way, Zulu, accept my friend request. I want to be famous. One last thing.
I'll accept
One
your
last
friend
thing.
request if you discuss this with me at a later date. Because I want to.
Is there any main disagreement between you and me, or like?
So I think you can graduate into anarcho-capitalism, given a few understandings. But I won't take
already
up your
know
time.
it. No, sorry. I'm more than willing to discuss things with you, but keep in mind that I'm not a very professional debater. I'm a layman in many ideas.
Yeah, we
but
don't have to
have,
stream it or anything. You seem like a good guy. We can
No,
just
you
like
can
discuss
stream
it
it.
in
You
DMs or
can
whatever.
stream it. I mean, your channel is pretty nice, and like, there's no problem. But the thing I fear are two things, which is disagreements that I don't know of, and I'm embarrassed to say this, but YouTube comments toxicity.
I mean, like, I would say the main
yeah.
thing is just like understanding the Springtime of Nations point about the marginalist revolution, and I distill a lot of their points about why ANCAPs are anarchists in my response to Thought Slime. So, like, I would, if I was you, I would go over that type of stuff. It goes over some of the history of.
All right. When do you want us to discuss these things?
We can work it all out in DMs. You'll have to DM me because I'll probably forget about this after
No, it's fine.
discussion.
By the way,
But one last thing before I go, is the discussion going to be about terms like socialism, mutualism, shit like that?
I just want to like unravel this thing in in your mind, and like I would also say, like, if you want to know more about the libertarian ethics, like I have a course on that on my website. You can just read it for free. I don't give a shit.
Sure. Just one last thing before I go. To all the, I'm gonna just show my face real quick. I'm not gonna actually show my face. Hi.
Oh, let's see the face. There he is.
What did you say?
There he is. Get him.
Yeah.
Get him.
One last thing. I have a pretty racist joke, but it's about.
Let's not
Can I
do
say it?
that.
Oh no, we're good.
Lame ass nigga. All right, see you.
Let's not.
Is the stream still running? Then we're not making the joke.
It's still,
all right.
it's still
If the
running.
stream
We're
is
not,
running.
Okay, I'm
If
gonna
the stream is still running. We're not gonna have any
Can I tell an Arab
racist
joke? Because I
jokes.
myself am an Arab.
No, you can't make
no.
any Arab jokes or Jewish jokes. It's forbidden. Verboten. You can only make German jokes on YouTube, okay?
Very
What?
unfortunate.
I
All right,
mean,
see you
I
later.
am Jewish. I would allow him.
Well,
And
it
when
doesn't
I mean
matter
German
if
jokes, I
they're
mean
gonna
no
ban the
jokes
fucking
allowed, okay?
stream if you say it. So don't.
Okay, I got you. All right, see you, lads.
Yeah.
Cheers. Mad lad.
By the way, Zulo, why do you think, like why shouldn't we abort the baby, or why can't we abort the baby?
I'm confused by the question.
Yeah. You're an evictionist, right? You are for like removing the baby, right? But you're against aborting the baby while it's inside the mother's body. Like, yeah. So I just want to understand why you're against killing the baby while it's inside the mother's
Well,
body.
it's the same principle as with evicting a person from a flat you're renting. You don't go in the middle of the night and crush their head with some tongs. You give them an eviction notice and say,
I do.
Get the fuck out of here, I don't care if you're going to die on the streets, just get out of here. That's the principle at play.
Yeah, so it's like based on intent?
It's based on whether or not you're murdering them, right? Removal is a different thing from murder.
Mm. Yeah.
Like it's necessary to do with the proportional force, right? Like the fetus, like a lot of people try to analogize a fetus to a home invader. The difference is a home invader, you can infer that this person intends to do you harm, right? And intends to use violence potentially to kill you to achieve their ends, right? You can justifiably use lethal force against them. However, a fetus is not a home invader. A fetus is not acting in that way. A fetus is a latent self-learner. They're not an actor in the full sense. So you can definitely infer that the fetus is not intending to kill you, isn't acting to kill you, and so you're not justified in using lethal force in retribution, right? Now, the fetus might be a trespasser. You might not want the fetus on your property, and so you can use force to evict them from your property, but you can't use force to kill them, right?
Yeah, let me tell you why I disagree. Well, first of all, the future is uncertain, right? There are cases where the fetus could actually kill the mother with no intention, and I don't think intention matters, right? Because I could point a gun at you and pull the trigger, right, and shoot you just because I think that would because I would think aiming the gun and pulling the trigger would make my grass grow faster, right? Like I wouldn't have the intent to kill you, but I could, shoot you and kill you, right? With no intention, right?
No, disagree
Really
totally.
dumb. That sounds really dumb. I'm not gonna lie.
No, don't say that it sounds dumb. No, don't do that, please. If you have the time, I'll explain why it's wrong. Don't just call it dumb. It's wrong. So, like, first of all, what you said is that things are unpredictable, and because things are not predictable, then what you then said is equivalent. You can correct me here, but I believe you're claiming that if I make a wager on something that is very certain, then it's the same quality or the same like evaluation as wagering in something that's highly uncertain. So, for example, if I wager that if I pull the trigger on a gun, it will blow up a target, that is like very certain, right? But if I, wager that I'll do the same, but a flower will grow out of the gun suddenly somehow, then these are the same things. These probabilities are the same if we assume these are probable even.
Yeah, I actually changed my mind on that because of yeah. Do you remember when I used to say if I point a gun at you and pull the trigger and the gun jams, that wouldn't be an aggression? Yeah, do you remember when I used to argue this? I sort of changed my mind on that because of cause and effect, right? So if we say that somehow we could predict the future, right? And say, okay, if A plus B equals aggression, would that be an aggression? Like and the answer I would say yes. For me, I would say like if we know that A plus B for certainty equals aggression, you could stop A and A plus B, right? But so I changed my mind on that. But in the case of the baby inside the mother, there is a very good chance they could kill the mother. It's not like the bullet turning into a flower.
Well, there are a lot of probabilities. For example, there's a probability that you're going to drive your car and your brakes will fail, and this will result in a busy city, you killing somebody. So every time you enter your car and turn on the ignition, you're in fact attempting murder. But that's not how we operate, because we have like an evaluation of probabilities, and we have like common occurrences, and what we call aggression is like something that we believe is a common occurrence of a cause and effect connection. So we know that if you fire a gun at a certain person, then the bullet will, in every case, unless we've never experienced the bullet not, flying out of the gun. And also there's the other thing is the action itself demonstrates intent. You said you don't care about intent, but we do.
Yeah.
So like the intent is the I would say, is the main portion of the crime, and the intent plus the belief that you have the ability to commit it is the main portion. And the way we get it, but we don't know about it because it's sort of in another person's brain. So it's demonstrable intent. So if I know, if I have a gun loaded with blanks, but I will perform the action of shooting at somebody, then technically I might not, even intend to kill them, and I don't have the capability of doing so effectively, objectively. But from their perspective, I have committed a crime because I've made them think that I'm going to kill them in that moment, or like the person did. And so that in itself would be potentially already a crime that would potentially merit a lethal response because they've confused the other person into being in fear of death. And so by the time, we find out the truth, the assailant might actually, himself get or herself get targeted.
Yeah.
But the thing is, that's one level of certain uncertainty in claims. But then the other one, there's like the mystical uncertainty of the universe is regular. What if the universe is not regular suddenly? But if the universe is not regular suddenly, then no rules apply, period. So our system doesn't matter there. If our universe isn't regular, we don't need to care about that eventuality. So how about we care about the universe being regular, and under a regular universe, we take our objective rules and apply them to uncertain identities based on their level of probability.
So the problem you're talking about is, in my belief, is a market issue, right? So if someone puts a gun on my head, a fake gun, and like I shoot them, right? So I wouldn't be certain about them being the aggressor. I cannot be certain about this, but if I shoot the person and turns out they have like a fake gun or whatever, I think they would be an aggressor, right? Because okay, let me give you this hypothetical. Let's assume somebody is crazy.
One moment, please don't give me any hypothetical. You just gave me a hypothetical, and now you want another one. Let's analyze it one at a time.
Yeah.
So the reason we found out that they didn't perform the actus rea, the action of aggression, because they couldn't. The gun was fake, but they perfectly perform the demonstration of evil, of the intent to commit a crime. They've matched it 1-to-1. It's the same thing. If we had no way to determine whether, I have to disable this. If we had no way to determine whether the gun is fake by just looking at it, like if it had no, red marker that could be seen, then we're certain that an attempted murder was committed, regardless of what the actual, result of the investigation is. If it's a toy gun, so that person would suffer the full penalty of the attempted murder, even though they wouldn't have to restitute anything because there was no actual crime. There was no not actual crime. I mean, there was no physical, like material harm that was caused besides the stress.
So you're saying if I am certain, okay, that this person is a threat, if I am like certain and I'm not contradicting myself, like if I was, for example, 70% sure that the person is an aggressor, I guess that wouldn't work, right? I would be an aggressor if I shoot them. But if I was certain,
no, I don't believe that there is such a thing as 70%. I don't believe that math applies to human action and human knowledge. Basically, like this, I do agree that you can sort of you can convey a feeling of 70% by saying 70%, but it's just a feeling; it's not fact. What I'm trying to say is that when you're communicating to another person, that is not mathematical. That is like a product of culture and emotion and other things that are not quantifiable in our values. But we still know that that you can like communicate to somebody that you're going to kill them in the next 5 seconds as a joke. You can like be in the context of making a joke. You like on stage as a comedian and somebody's heckling you. It's like, in 5 seconds, if you don't shut up, I'm going to go down there and beat you up. And then laugh and ha 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 ha, it's a joke, and then nobody takes it as a threat seriously. But
Yeah.
if the language and the tone of voice were different, and the microphone was thrown out of the hands, indicating that it's no longer a show, then there would be people in the audience that could take that threat seriously. And if the next step was continuation of escalation, like a step towards the would-be victim, that comedian could actually get shot because he
Yeah.
would communicate something outside of the context of like a comedy set. How do you quantify anything I just said?
Yeah, I agree with that. But here's my problem with what you said earlier about certainty. So when I was talking about like cause and effect, right? You said if someone starts their engine, that will be an aggression, right? But what I was talking about is like a market issue. That's
I
like
actually didn't say that. Just a quick. Can you pronounce it correctly? I said that under this type of strict, insane view, where any risk of causing harm to anyone is an aggression, it would be an aggression. But that's not how I view reality. So be very careful when you say that.
I meant something different. That's not what I meant. But also, when you were talking about what's it called axeria, whatever. I mean, I could be certain, right? I could be retarded and certain that a person could be an aggression toward me. I could be like certain that this kid on a bike is gonna aggress toward my property, right? Subjectively, I guess certain, in my view, and shoot that kid in the face. I don't see. So do you agree with my example, or is there a problem?
Yeah. So the problem would be that so there would be so if this is just you and the other person and there's no judge, then that could just literally be the case and there's no party adjudicating. So I don't understand how that's like it's a legal dispute that has no judge, so there's nobody to resolve it, and you will know or maybe you won't know because somebody that does that is insane. But let's say that there is an outside observer. Now, I've observed your action, and I live around humans long enough to know that what the child was doing, like on the bicycle or the bike, was not an aggression. In the context of their action, I don't believe it's an aggression. Now you have to convince me that whatever in your subjective mind was the case was actually the case. You have to convince me that you're not the murderer. What evidence are you going to present? Are you going to present? Let's say you present videos of that kid killing a series of people in the past, and every time he killed them, before he killed them, he would do what he was just doing before you shot him. If you present me with that video evidence of that particular person, that's their pattern of action, I would say, their pattern is not common colloquial aggression, but it matches how they acted before they did, something horrible. Therefore, I'm going to accept the explanation. But if you provide me with no evidence and it's not my past experiences, what my past experiences tell me about aggression, then how are you going to convince me that you're not an aggressor? How are we going to resolve that? So all of these things, like pre-aggression indicators, they're subjective in terms of it's the victim that's deciding what's happening, but they're intersubjective whenever justice has to be actually established. They're the thing where we have principles, and then the identity is fuzzy. The identity is based on cultural norms. In one culture, you might have a crazy culture where people constantly pull guns on each other and nothing happens because that's how they like it. But if they show up to a culture where that's not the case, and they can't complain about that being interpreted as an indicator that an aggression is about to be performed. And that's the trick. And I don't think it has an easy solution. There's no clean solution to it. And in fact, it's not a problem of libertarianism. It's a problem of all human action being necessarily predictive.
Epistemology.
My problem with this is you're not showing me how aggression in the kid's case is objective, right? It's subjective. Someone comes in and say, "Oh, it's an aggression," but I mean, 6 guys could agree to beat up a Jewish guy, just because he's Jewish. They could just beat him up and say, "Okay, it's not an aggression." Aggression is objective. It is not subjective. It is not based on a judge or whatever. It's between even like between two people. It is an aggression.
Well, one moment. You're right. It is objective in the analytical sense. Whereas if the man who is getting beaten up did not consent prior to that, then this is analytically aggression. But here's the problem for you. How do you know that he did not consent? How do you know? Let's say they had a conversation prior and then they decided to beat him up, but the conversation was like, I want to be beaten up, please beat me up. Or worse, what if that man threatened them right before and said, in fact, if you don't beat me up, I'm going to, I have a bomb on me, and if you don't start beating me up immediately, I will blow it up and blow all of you to smithereens. You don't see that bomb, you don't see what they're doing, you don't see the threat. And in fact, how does he communicate that threat to the other people and to you as the judge? He's using language. And what is language? Well, it's an effort by multiple minds to find common meaning using previous experiences with the use of words. Intersubjective to its very core. Now, when I say intersubjective, it doesn't mean arbitrary. Those words didn't appear there arbitrarily. They're tied to objective reality. So objective reality is sort of pushing everybody towards the same meanings. That's why we can translate languages, because they have similar meanings between words. Even if it's not a perfect translation, it achieves the goal of intersubjective communication. All I'm trying to tell you is that the mens rea part of aggression is necessarily intersubjective when you're evaluated, when you view it, because it's interpretation of someone else's actions, and you don't know them. And the problem is that, well, what if you abandon all of this and you demand, only looking at material evidence? Well, that means that you have no way to prevent crimes against yourself. You end up in a situation where you have to wait until you're dead before you respond to an attempt to murder you.
Yeah, but still, objective. By objective, I mean I would say like true, right? It has nothing to do with people, right? Or languages or anything.
One moment. Wait, stop there. If I may, can you explain to me how can there be an aggression without people?
I guess aliens could also discover.
No, I mean like without minds.
Aliens are people.
Yeah, aliens are people without minds, without reasoning individuals of whatever species. They're capable of reasoning, capable of argumentation. Without them, how can there be aggression?
What I meant is like even if there was one person, right, or two people or whatever, and it doesn't matter their belief, right? They could believe that aggression is okay, right? Socialism or communism is okay in like a group scenario. Even if everybody on Earth believes that communism is the truth, like every single person, it would still not be objective. It would be still subjective.
No, I disagree with you. So can you explain to me what's the difference between nearly beating somebody to death and a boxing match?
It's because they made a contract between each other.
How do you know they made a contract?
Mainly a paper. A contract is not necessarily a paper. The paper is the evidence that the agreement happened.
Well, okay, so if I bring you a piece of toilet paper and say that the other man consented to being beaten up, clearly I'm not giving you a contract. So what's on that piece of paper that's important?
Well, in terms of evidence in the market, it is not certain, right? Like a camera video is not certain. DNA evidence is not.
No. Please, you're like moving 2 steps ahead. But I asked you a question. Just answer the question plainly. Okay. Because we should go through this. We should like actually arrive at a point. So there are 2 people you said, and what if they like agree that communism is a thing, right? And I said, well, what by analogy? What about there are two people? One of them aggresses against the other and beats him up viciously until the other person's face is all bloodied. This is one case, and the other case is that there is a boxing match where they do the same thing in the ring, and they accept like gloveless boxing, and they just go at it old school. And you said, well, the difference is that in the latter case, there's a contract, and it's clearly not the piece of paper that's important. And I asked you, what's on the piece of paper? So do you want me to answer that? It's the words, right?
It's I would say, an agreement between two people. Evidence.
How do you know what the words mean?
First you have to know the language. Second, you have to comprehend it. You have to be rational.
Yes, but while I will give you that the language is like a convergent property, meaning it's not arbitrary. It's like it evolves towards like efficient modes of communicating meaning, and meanings are also not arbitrary. They're not just randomly selected. They're sort of selected by the rules of the universe existing. Everything, you can like basically take any word and any meaning and derive the way that it is useful to describe something in reality, meaning that most people will have similar meanings when they talk to each other. Therefore, we can translate. But this is the same thing. All of this that I'm saying, all of these nice words, they're still subjective. You still end up having like a common definition, and then if you don't understand what people mean by the words they wrote down, then you might misinterpret the nature of the contract. Just like earlier, like a few hours earlier, somebody said regulated used to mean to be like regular, to be orderly, and then regulated became controlled literally by the government. So that's like a different meaning being substituted. The same word is written down on the page. Now these are not like arbitrary meanings, right? They are they are objective meanings, but the interpretation depends on your culture and location. So aren't we back full circle?
So objective is something they cannot falsify. Like, for example, let's say I say that I am a man, right? And then in the second sentence, I would say all men are better than women. And in my third sentence, I would say I am not better than a woman. Now that's a contradiction, right? I am false. I am objectively false, right? And even if everybody on Earth, believe that contradiction does not mean false, I would be still like false, objectively.
Correct, but that's not what I'm asserting. So
okay.
You found something sharp, and I'll explain it. So let's say human biology, if that's what you mean by the words, is quite sharp, or like the composition of atoms is quite sharp. Like we know, like H2O is H2O because we can observe it. We can like open up a microscope or like a detection mechanism and find, okay, these are the number of atoms, this is the weight of it. We can like weigh it, we can detect it. Fair enough. But then you have things like the situations I described where why am I reaching for the holster on my gun? And that is a thing that is purely cultural. If the culture is that I can reach for my gun at any moment, and that's not threatening, because let's say I'm at a gun range and everybody expects people to reach for their guns and place them on the table, then within that context, it is purely intersubjective. It is not considered aggression. But then if I do that, the same action after saying, I'm going to reach into my holster and blow your head off, then that would suddenly be an aggression. Why? What changed? The material, the actions didn't change. Well, there was an extra thing that changed, which was the layer of communication on top, communicating intent. Communication is language. Language is not objective, it's intersubjective. It is based on objective reality, but it is an attempt at interpretation. So back to your very example of somebody doing something normal, like riding a bicycle and being an innocent child, and somebody else shooting them and claiming, I did like this, they aggressed on me. they will have to prove that within the language of communication accepted at that time, the likely outcome of those words were that they were about to get killed. They would have to show evidence for that. They would have to show that that's
Those are button words.
Yes, those are words. But then they would have to, like, if they can tie it to something material, objective, then maybe they will be able to prove it objectively. But if they don't, if all they're proving is the intent, that's the thing. They're claiming their intent to prove the other person's intent. And in order to prove the other person's intent, they have to point at actions and say that these actions commonly result in these outcomes, which, as you understand, is like a very fuzzy thing. Am I making sense?
Yeah, I agree
Yes.
with you. Like that's a like a market issue, but you're not refuting my point on aggression being objective, right? So let's assume, like, in a culture where punching people is objective, it is not an aggression. It's not considered any aggression. If you go to a judge and say, like, this person punched me, they would just kick you out, right? Would you would you consider punching people in this place an aggression just because? Would you consider it not an aggression or an aggression just because the people agree that's not an aggression?
Yeah, it's literally how we decide on this. So I could create, in a perfectly free society, I could create a room where it would say above that room, if you enter this room, you accept being punched. You consent by entering this room to being punched. And I don't see how, how in any case where the reader understands the message, they're not actually consenting by performing the action. Like, this will be like a completely weird and deranged and maybe immoral thing to do to yourself, to enter that room, but I don't see a way why it would be inherently criminal, and why the physical action of that interaction would be the whole point is it's initiation of violence, but really it's initiation of unwanted, it's a clash of wills. One will says, I want my body to be intact. Another will says, I want your body to not be intact. And then they express that will in a physical manner, and that's aggression. But if both wills align, how is that aggression if they both want it?
Yeah, I agree. Sorry.
So look at, but listen, you said earlier, just a small correction before you go.
Oh, yeah.
I never disagreed that aggression is like not objective. I just make a distinction between analytics and matching reality. I gave you examples where analytics almost perfectly match reality, which is like with physical properties.
But they're not certain.
But there are other things like human behaviors where it's not certain. Yes, it's human language. It's not certain.
Yeah, I mean, math is objective, right? 1 equals 1, right? If you say 1 equals 2.
No, tragically for you, no. But I understand the sentiment. Logic is objective. Math is based on logic. And so if you accept conditionally, it can be objective. In every case where we both agree on the norms of math, math is objective. Yes?
No, math is by definition, like for example, in my statement about me being a man better than all women, and
that's logic. I agree with you there. You don't have to repeat it.
Yeah.
Also, it's quite spicy, but yeah, I agree with you. Look, logic is hard. It's objective because we can't oppose it because that would be, we wouldn't have the tools to do it. So sort of self-evident, axiomatic, whatever you want to call it. But once you go down into like languages, like this is what the number means, this is what addition means, this is what these functions mean. I used to think like you that it's like also objective, and I use this as an example. But now when I do, I use the word like under standard rules, it is objective, meaning it's conditionally objective on the acceptance of standard rules.
We use mathematical representations to express something objective, but the representations themselves are intersubjective.
Yeah, well, if somebody does not understand your argument, I don't see how that makes your argument not objective, right? If you're speaking logic to a dog, the dog's not gonna understand your logic. That does not mean you're not objective.
Okay, that's not what it is about. But for simplicity's sake, before you have a conversation with, I'd probably recommend idle work. Maybe we'll restore one of his old quotes, or if you go to, okay, there's places where you can learn why that's not a good example to use. If you want to risk using it in the future, go ahead. I made my stand on it, but I can accept it temporarily for this debate. Okay, math for this debate is going to be perfectly objective. What's the point?
The point is that aggression is also objective. And by the way, I was gonna say about the room where you could get beat up or whatever. I misspoke. What I meant is, what I forgot to include in my statement is that let's assume I'm like blind, okay, and I just go into the room. I didn't make any contact between anybody, and I get punched in the face. Now everybody agrees that if you enter the room, it wouldn't be considered an aggression to punch somebody. Would that, by your belief, be an aggression? Would be an aggression or not an aggression?
It's an interesting question. I'll actually need more time to think about it. But it could be. It depends on who has the responsibility. It is very possible that you would have to. It's a question. Either you have to communicate it. Who's responsible for the communication? The person who is like disabled, or the rest of society that knows there are disabled people out there. And if it's the responsibility of everybody to communicate on as many languages as they can, or like, what if somebody enters the room and doesn't know the language? It's sort of the same question. I think that it could be like an indiscernible case where the actual aggression occurred. Yes. Oh, so this is the answer. Sorry, I got the answer now. The action of the aggression occurred. The person was beat up against their consent, but the intent of aggression was missing because the person that beat them up, due to a mishap, did not know that this is what that this was not the intent of the other person who walked in, who was blind. So unless they could quickly deduce it from the fact that they're interacting with a blind person that might not read the sign, unless they had a chance to do that, then they committed an unintentional aggression. And the victim also unintentionally, I guess, well, as all victims do, became a victim. But the aggressor, it was an unintentional aggression.
Yeah. So let me tell you. Let me give you an example why I completely disagree with bringing intention. I think intention is irrelevant. Let's assume I'm in a gun range, okay, and I shoot your brother by accident in the head. Do you have the right to kill me? Yes or no?
So there are, yes, because there are two things that. So first of all, I don't believe in any death penalty because of uncertainty. But I'll work with your analogy, assuming that there is some kind of certainty that doesn't exist. So what I would say is that
we can speak to God; He'll tell us, and He's omniscient.
Yeah, and God tells us, yes, that's indeed what happened, and there's no, and not to me. In fact, I will know for certain that this happened, but to a judge who was outside, and I would have to prove the case to them. Who then, if God tells them what happened, or if there's like they watch it on some secure channel and that they trust enough, then okay, fine, whatever. So there is an action, and there is restitution, and then there is the intent, from which we get retribution. So if somebody accidentally kills someone else or harms someone else, I don't believe that they suffer any retribution unless a degree of negligence can be discovered, where they might not have intended to kill the guy, but they were acting in a negligent manner, which I believe is like some kind of a lesser crime of intent. You do intend to be lazy, you intend to evade instead of reason, so you can get intent from that, but you might intend to do all of those things and yet not intend to kill someone. So how do we adjudicate that? I don't think there's an objective way to adjudicate that, except to say that it can't be. It's somewhere below having to pay with your life and above having no penalty at all in case of like some kind of weird gray area. But in this case, sorry, I'll focus on the specific case you said where there is clearly no intent, but killing did occur. Well, the trouble there is that restitution is, in the strict sense, is still giving up your body to the family. Like,
So,
that's gonna be like from the time machine, from the like the murder machine example of Walter Block. If there was a machine where, you know, well, one moment, would it? No, actually, there's nothing. Sorry, am I completely wrong? Maybe I just made a mistake. Wow.
About what?
Okay, so Walter Block has this idea that if somebody commits murder and there's a machine where they can be killed and the victim revived, then they have no way to argue against that. And so and this is the same argument as this Estoppel does, we would be able to force them to enter that machine and then get killed to revive the victim. But does that occur in the cases of accidental killings? I actually don't think so.
So
no, because there's no mens rea, so there's no retribution allowed. But sorry, on that note, I'm going to stop the stream there and leave. Thank you everybody for coming.
Yes.
I'll see you later.
I owe you an answer, Hans. So we'll engage later with you talking first. You can take a note.
Okay.